live. I'm pushing a bunch of buttons, going to make things work. Morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you all are. How's it all going? Good, good, good. Hope you're doing well, Summer. So today, obviously we played a little bit of this yesterday. I will concede that while doing the bathroom last night. So we were playing away and then had to sort the bathroom out. Then I came back and I just kept like coming back and forth kind of thing with the stuff we were doing. So I ended up like actually technically completing this. So I ended up having a really rough sleep, so I stayed up a wee bit. I was like, I'm just going to play it a little bit, get a wee bit better understanding for it. In hindsight, I should really not. I should just be playing other games first, then have the recording time for this, but I decided against it. So currently I am one achievement away. I know what the achievement is, because although it's a hidden achievement, oh no, I did all the hidden achievements, sorry. The one I don't have is finish the game without pressing a single active button. Oh, so that one's going to, this one will be a while. We're going to be here for a solid minute. That said, I now kind of know where all the ducks go, so I think that's going to be an easier scenario as well. I think. I believe it's going to be an easier scenario. So let me switch on over to the screen that we need to be on. And as I say, I'm going to attempt to play it. So I'm going to attempt to play it with just the music in the background. We're all chilling. The timer's up there because this will be kind of funny. But yeah, pretty much this one will require us being very methodical, and the fact that we can't upgrade anything is kinda whack, or some would say quack. Oh god, that's begun. So yeah, the idea of this one is, as I say, to go flying on in and just place them all individually. So as I say, we can't touch this upgrade thing at all. Will this make things problematic? Probably. But I can also start technically doing a thing of pseudo-organisating. So I'm thinking actually organise this area first. And just, so it's basically, if it doesn't go over here, it's getting chucked. Right, so like that as well. So I'm talking specifically this one, this one, this one, this one, and the one behind us, which is this one. Something I definitely will be saying in my review of this game, though, I will be 100% honest. I really hate the way the game makes you place stuff. Don't know why I hate it so much. I think it's because I can't, sometimes you can never tell if you've actually selected an item as such, which is kinda annoying, because it knows, I know, like for instance there I know it's selected, but there I don't know it's selected, so I have to kinda do this kinda like Hail Mary, did I actually do it kinda nonsense. Not really sold on that. Back with the ducks, how's it going, Rebecca? Yeah, so we're one achievement away. I probably should include the Halloween section, but I think for the sake of this, I'll just say not it as such. But yeah, this is going to be the slow methodical build that we're all so desperately looking forward to. Might take us a solid minute. No. But that said, we get to just chill. What I should probably do, to be fair, is take the big duck away straight away. But yeah, I was sitting looking at this, as I say. So what achievement is this? So this one is to not use any powers at all, Rebecca. That's this achievement. So ironically, this one will take forever. But that said, now that I actually know where everything goes, I'm going to honestly just break the set of pseudo rules we've got. We're putting this up here just so it's out the road, because it is just a pain in the arse when it sits there all the time. But yeah, so the idea here is hopefully hopefully to get it all done in at least a timely manner. Like I think what the idea of doing this scenario here kind of means that we're going to clear it out slowly. Because what I realised yesterday when I was doing this yesterday, like last night kind of thing, I kind of was like, oh, this is actually kind of awkwardly easy if you kind of just plan your, and so if you plan it all out, essentially, it didn't feel too bad. Yeah, it really didn't feel too bad at all. Definitely a couple of, I think this one though, when I got it complete yesterday, so I was playing it last night kind of thing, and I just was like, God, what was that like? I was like, I got it finished and like, God, I can't remember how long. It wasn't, I had not a lot of time left for it, to be fair. Like, it wasn't like, oh, I done it in plenty of time. I kind of fucked around a little bit, because I had an idea initially for a way to organise it. And then I started doing it, and then as you all know me, I eventually then was like, actually no, I'll do it this way instead, which kind of fucked us, to be honest. It ended up giving me a little bit longer to organise stuff. That said, we still got that achievement done, so I don't have to look at it anytime soon at least. Oh, that one counts. So now we get to just play nice and chill, have some fun with it, which is nice, because as I say, yesterday I was enjoying myself. Like, it was a very, very fun farm. Girl down there. And then box her up. Very fun game. I think with the powers it was very interesting. Like, I feel like I feel like with the powers, I don't know, it felt, oh no, we need that one, sorry. Excuse me. I think with the powers, I'm trying to think how best to describe it. It felt a lot easier. Enjoying yourself the most important. Yeah, 100%. 100,000,000%. Have I not put a rider in yet? No. Dancer. Yeah, I think for these kind of games, I think this is like kind of like why I stopped playing DVD for a little bit as well. It's like until I can get back to the point of being like, oh, I'm enjoying this game. Like, I'd rather just play stuff that's fun, you know. As I say, I think there's a heavy chance of like maybe at the end of the month returning back to it, to be fair, and playing it back out again, because obviously I don't want like one bad experience being the reason I stopped playing a game forever. That would feel stupid as such, but it most definitely at that moment in time was very much a necessity kind of thing. Karate, doctor, worker, basketball, maybe all the same. So yeah, I don't want that ever happening. Don't think it ever will, to be fair. As I say, that one event essentially was kind of determining a lot of stuff. I just wasn't happy with it. As I say, it was one of those situations where I wasn't happy with like how it was all going down. And it's such a minor thing as well. That's the worst part. Like, but yeah. So like at some point we will return to DBD again, because I still enjoy playing it. You know, it's, for me personally, I still get a lot of fun playing it. As I say, I definitely will be way more outspoken going forward though. Really don't have time for people. If people are going to be like just nasty for no reason kind of level, like definitely be getting called out going forward. Or if people are just being absolute melts, you know, definitely something to like, call them out on. Hockey. No, I want it in the second one. So the reason I want it in the second one, right, is each of the rows is actually going to be end up being 2 rows. And what I noticed, oh no, when Quackington came back here, what I noticed yesterday when I was sorting through it was until you get the power that lets you, what's the word? It lets you just chuck it at the shelf. I realised very early on that this game could be a nightmare for trying to organise it as well, like as you're going. So obviously I'm going to be doing this as best I can to organise it as we go, and then hopefully that means that as we start to like roll through, we'll be able to like say, hey, this is easy enough, or hey, this was a problem. But yeah, this I think is the best way to plan this out. What I'm also going to do is start from here in a second. Nope. I was about to say like this is where I end up getting hit with like. Aye, okay. We'll get hit with way too many. What I'm going to do is just be able to pick up 5 in the one go. And go from there instead. Swimmer, not yet. Oh man. Yeah, and just a little bit surely we'll have this organised. The bonus of this scenario is we get to just chill for once. Chill, chat for a bit, have a bit of fun. And it's not this one's like definitely the definition of not a stressful type, which is nice. So we can like proper just relax. As I say, at some point I'll probably end up switching up, putting some music on, even if it's just for myself. You're more welcome to listen to what you're after. Because I don't know what I'm listening to yet. Karate. Okay, that's enough. This is actually going to feel... Yeah, I'm not a fan of the dragon fruit duck. Might be my least favourite though. I think currently my most favourite, I don't know if I'll be able to see it, is Flash Duck. I don't know why. Flash Duck just is a fucking vibe. Actually, I'm amazed I found it that soon. Flash Duck followed closely by Green Duck, to be fair. Green Duck also, to be fair, I'm going to give him a bit of credit here. Green Duck's also pretty fucking cool. Don't even know why I like the superhero ones are very, very fun. Why don't you like? I don't know what it is. It just looks so weird. It looks weird. Well, let me pick it up. Like it just, I don't know what it is. I don't know. It looks weird. I probably had like a bad experience in the past or something with a dragon fruit or something like that. I probably get like one hit off my dome or something like that as a kid, and now I'm like traumatized even though I don't know I'm. Oh my god, can you imagine if that was actually the case? That'd be funny. Not funny, but funny for me to laugh at. Right, so we can put that one up there. Sheriff Quack was down there. Samawise Showdown up there. Is there a traffic cone up? Do you know, I don't think there was actually. No, I actually don't think there is. No, wait. Let's see, this is why we pay attention. I feel like they might have missed a trick on that one. Yeah. I need to test now. Yeah, I actually don't think there is. That's crazy. Saying that though, right, this is the kind of game that I could see getting like a bajillion expansions and stuff. Don't know why, I just feel like I could see this game getting a bunch of expansions. I do know that the thingy-mabobber one that we looked at, such a missed opportunity with how big the traffic cone thing got. Yeah, oh true. And this game is not old. It's, well, I was gonna say it's not old. This game's not. This game isn't old. So like, yeah, they definitely had. This is where one is a traffic cone, and I've just not seen it. But I definitely don't think it is. I'm pretty sure it's not. That said, though, definitely gives them something to look at for sure. Because like, I think with the Leave It Alone game, as far as I'm aware, it's getting a add-on / expansion soon, which will be nice. Like, that will be nice because it'll be cool to see like, where are we? That one. It'll be cool to see the game getting like a different map. To be honest, I don't hate the Leave It Alone map, but I think I've like all but sussed it out. And I think with games like that, once you've figured it out, it's very hard to. What's the word? No, it's not the bad night. Once you've figured it out, it's such as I say. Like I was like working, I was playing through it, and I was like, okay, we're going to just go for the achievement, the what's it called? Thingy, my achievement. Just drew a blank there. I was going to go for the achievement to get it done in 40 minutes, and like, yeah, I just started like sifting my way through it, and to be honest, we got there pretty bloody fast. Didn't feel that bad. Like, I think I only beat it by like a couple of minutes, to be fair, but that being said, it didn't feel bad doing it, to the point where I kind of want to try a little attempt at maybe beating that personal best. Not sure if it's doable or possible, but only one way to find out, I guess. But I'm enjoying this a lot. This is why I'm like, this is going to be a very fun. As I say, will this be the fastest thing you ever watch us play? Not in the fucking slightest. Like, expect this to be a long day at the park kind of deal. Oh, see, this is what I'm talking about, right? Sometimes like you feel like you've got the button clicked on and then it just doesn't do it. It's a very, very small nitpick, but I think it's definitely one that's valid. Like, I kind of wish they had like I actually wish they had a different button or like a different interaction for it. I don't know. It's so small. It's like legitimately like such a actually small scenario of who'll give a shit as well. I don't think anyone would actually care. Right, have we put golf down yet? No. It is noticeable not having the powers, considering we're close to 100 now. Where now I'd be saying to myself, oh yes, we're going to get X. X in this case, I can't even show you, would have been the thingamabobber. The name has just escaped me as I went and said it in my head. What would you call that? The auto grabber, that one. Oh my god. Oh, that took us all a second. On the other hand, have you seen that one American comedian bit with the rubber duck from ages ago? Oh, you're talking about don't tell me. I know his name. I'll know this one. It's the one with the ducks was Joe. No, it's not Joe Lycett, was it? Oh shit! No, I don't think it was Joe Lycett. What's the other one? Oh shit! Don't tell me. Oh, I can picture his face. What's his name again? Again, don't tell me. It's not Joe Lycett. What's the other one? It's oh my god! What is that guy's name again? Do you know what's even funnier, right? It's even worse because there's a hidden sound alert for him as well. James Acaster, that's it. Took a second, but we got down here. James Acaster, that's it. He is very funny. Very, very funny. I need to see. So we do have Trigger Fire, for instance, but I don't have it on. I don't think. Do I have it on this screen? Apparently, I do have it on this screen. So I think. Oh yeah, this is just the game screen. Yeah, these are still good to like. So I think if you were to put in !! secret, I think it's that one. There's like a. With James Veitch. James Veitch. No, I'm thinking somebody else said. Who the fuck is James Veitch? What the bus? What's it? Who is that? Oh yeah. Oh shit. There's multiple. Right. Okay. There is multiple English people who do a duck joke. I forgot about his one. Yeah. Because do you want to know what's even funnier? Right. I've also just realised within the 3 names that I've said, they all do email jokes as well. I forgot about him. Yep. That's actually kind of funny. So like quite literally, right? So like they literally all do. So James Acaster, the one I was thinking for him was he had. Oh no, was it ducks? No, I think it might have been Brussels sprouts for him. Fuck, sorry for that. I might. Shit. His might not have been ducks. I'm sure it was ducks. Well, I'm gonna Google that one. James Acaster ducks. I'm like 99% sure he had a duck joke. He might not have had a duck joke. It might have been Brussels sprouts. Fuck. Yeah, okay. It's not. It's definitely James Veitch. That's the one we're looking for. Oh, that's funny. I can't think what one James Acaster. Well, no wonder I haven't seen it lately. Veitch was accused of inappropriate behaviour by multiple women. Oh, what the? Oh, Jesus. Do you know, I actually googled his name as well, right? And actually that didn't come up straight away. And then I'm like, probably because I didn't scroll down for like off the auto select thing. What do you call it? The AI bit. Fuck's sake. There's always one. That shit's that's the set of stuff as well. Like, so like he's done something. This is the thing as well, right? And he's probably like without being like guilty until proven innocent and all that sort of stuff. The way it seems to go sometimes, right? You definitely get that. That seems to happen a lot in comedy. I think as well. And I can't tell if it's like people get like too big as such. Like, do you know that way? Like they get like that level of fame and then all of a sudden they just go right off the deep end and just random shit. That is honestly what seems to happen like, all the time. It was hidden in his wiki. Apparently he denied the allegations, but the network dropped them anyway. See, this is the thing as well, right? Where then you get hit into this kind of weird category, right? Because like it then goes into that kind of cancel culture category, and I'm very 50-50 on cancel culture stuff. Obviously, if somebody actually did something, that's obviously different, right? But I always hate the cancel culture, like where it's you get cancelled first and then they find out later, you know. Like, I hate that level of cancel culture. I'm not really a fan of that specifically. That's like a small thing. But you definitely see that a lot. But if they dropped him again, if I'm being honest, like, I wouldn't even have said he was that fucking big. Like, I wouldn't have said he was a big name either, which is kind of weird. Like, it's kind of weird that. Yeah, but it was over a dozen people. Yeah, I think that's the thing as well. It's like, is it just the pressure to, like, just. Yeah, it makes you think into it. Like, it's like you kind of like, it's like kind of hedging your bets at that point into like clearly something happened if a bunch of people come forward. So it's like not saying they didn't do it. I don't actually know the story, to be fair, just in case that gets taken out of context. I'm like, he didn't do it, no. I have no idea. Oh no, wait, these are literally all for shit. Yeah, I wonder what the story is. Now, do you want to know what I want to know though, right? Story wise, right? Because I was talking about this guy the other day, right? See how that Hayden Panettiere person lassie died, right? Did we all hear the thing about the thing on the boat, right? And everyone's saying it was what's his name, James Blunt. I'm like, oh, what the fuck is this? Like, oh my goodness. This is getting like into the weird territory now. I was literally like reading up on that literally like all of last night practically. And I just was like, what the fuck? I can't even, because it's like the Who now. I'm over in the States, so I don't see the Scotland news so much. So do you know how the lassie, that Hayden what's her name again? Panettiere or something like that. She was the one that she was the big famous celeb that just recently died. The blonde lassie. So apparently, right, this is going into like the pure like Chester Benningfield kind of stuff, where like they're basically saying that they think she got assassinated, right? So like she basically came out not long ago talking about how she went on a boat with a trusted friend, right? And then said trusted friend led her into a bedroom, right, where there was a naked famous musician, right? And then she basically got into the bed and then realised what was going on. So she then like fucking gets out, but she's in a boat, so she can't go anywhere. So she had to kind of just be like, she had to just like lock herself in the room till they got back to port or something like that. But she didn't name the two famous people. So there was the famous friend, and then there was the man in the bed, and she didn't name either of the two of them. But people are starting to speculate that the man in the bed was James Blunt. Yeah, it's how fucking that's a fucking story. Like, because I am very, that one's one of the few times, right, where like the kind of, what do you call that again, the conspiracy theory in me comes out, right? That one I kind of get behind, because like I'm still also convinced that like when no, I want this over here actually. No, do I want this over here? No, I want it down here. When Chester Benningfield died, for instance, from Blink-182, I also was in the exact same boat of like I'm still convinced that they actually got him whacked. Like I am legit convinced that's what happened, because like his whole thing was like, the whole thing with him was he wasn't long from revealing like a big pedo ring in like Hollywood or something like that, and then all of a sudden he dies. Like, you know, that feels very almost too coincidental. So like now that I've seen her story, and now I've seen this part where they're saying how like apparently she was like, she could have exposed a lot of people apparently. Now also people are like, oh, that's maybe why she, because they said I think it was something along the lines of she overdosed, right, or something like that anyway. And then the more you see that sort of stuff, right, you're also sitting going like, I'm not saying that must be the easiest way to potentially fake somebody's death, right? But it definitely feels up there. You know, I went full conspiracy. Sorry, guys. Sorry. We're sorting ducks and talking conspiracies, right? Like, if you... we went right... Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, wait. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, my God. I went 27 minutes of sorting ducks with no powers, and I've just went full conspiracy mode. I really don't know what that says about me, but we're fucking diving into it now because I'm kind of all about this shit. But yeah, no, like literally, like I'm still convinced there was some mad shit happening around with that as well. The same with the other guy. What was his name? Oh, his name's went right out of my head. He sang one of the James Bond songs as well. What's his name? Chris something. Oh shit, what was his name? Oh my god, I'm having a total blank now. Chris something. The guy who sang one of the James Bond songs was also a rock star. The one that sang like You Know My Name. I'm yourself, cause no one else can save you. Whatever that song was, right? That's the one I'm thinking of, right? And I know his name was Chris something, and I've totally blanked his second name now. But he also was part of like exposing this big ring, basically. It says the game is relaxing enough that your brain can ramble about other stuff without playing efficiently. Lagging. Oh god. How funny would this be, right, if I've just made like a new genre of just aggressively talking about just aggressively conspiracy hunting while sorting ducks. That's the new genre, people. I've figured it out. I've cracked the YouTube code. I'm just going to talk conspiracy theories and sort ducks. That's my life now. On that note, if you have any more conspiracies, I'd love to hear them. Like anyone wants to talk conspiracies, you're more welcome to. You know, unless it goes to a conspiracy level where you start listing off like my national insurance number or something, then we maybe have to like rein that one in a little bit. But like, anything about like the dinosaurs, let's fucking go. Oh man, some person's going to join this stream at some point, right? Just being like, oh, it's like someone, so oh, they're just sorting the ducks out. Oh, this is fun, and I'm just like, he didn't do it. I can't remember that guy's name though. That's really going to annoy me now though, because I can picture his face. Literally, I can picture his face. I know his name was Chris something. I can't remember what band he was in though. He was in a band. Do you know what I should actually be doing? So, because I will forget they're up there. Yeah. Okay, all right. Hiya. 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 Oh, what's his fucking name? I think it's Chris R. Like, I genuinely think it's like a Chris R. Somebody will figure this out and I'm going to laugh because I can. It's the fact I can picture his face and everything. Like, because he was like, he had longish black hair, then he had short black hair for a good while with like a goatee, like a black goatee for a face on his face. Fuck it, I'm googling it. I can't live with myself. Chris R. No, one minute. Chris Cornell. Fuck me. Oh, seriously. Chris Cornell. That was the one, right? So Chris Cornell, right, was also like working with Chester, basically, is where I was going with this one. It's such, and like that was this whole thing where there was this basically a big conspiracy thing coming out where they were like unearthing a lot of these dodgy pedo rings and stuff like that. He was a bit before my time. Ah, fair. I'm saying that like it was in. I don't even know how long ago that was. I don't think it was too long ago. Now I'm thinking about it, but he was like same era as like your Linkin Park and stuff like that. But that was the whole thing, was like basically he committed suicide initially, and it was just apparently that was what led to people saying that Chester did the same, like, because apparently they were like good friends kind of thing. So apparently they were saying like, oh, the depression basically got to him, is what they were like chalking it up to. But the thing with it though that confuses people, now obviously they do say, so again, if you ever see people in this scenario, obviously keep an eye out for people, keep an eye out on your friends and stuff like that, because they do say it's a hidden thing, right? So like basically all his bandmates and stuff, like thingy like Mike Bennett and stuff like that, they were saying like they were literally in a studio the previous day and there was nothing at all that would even remotely make you think it at all, which is why they also were in this kind of weird boat of being like, I don't know, because they were basically saying like along the lines of, it's kind of weird that he did do something at that point in time when it really didn't look as if anything was up, something like on those lines anyway. And I was just like, oh man, this is mental. Now obviously I've done this bit and it looks really nice, and then you get to the rest of here and it looks less nice. Yeah, but most of the people who are deep into depression don't actually show a lot of outward. Well, that's the thing as well, but that was the thing they were saying, like, so basically there was like no outward signs of it at all, but then they basically were on the lines of basically saying there was like essentially like no signs at all kind of thing that like could even have got them remotely to that point of knowing something was up. So that's where they then end up coming into this point of being like, it's kinda fucked basically. I'm trying to think how best to do this now, because I've actually kind of fucked myself. I know what I'll do. I'll then clear this area out, starting at the back. This is what I'll do. People said the same about Anthony Bourdain, didn't they? A little bit, yeah. I think his thing was, I wouldn't say it was different, but like a lot of people just said like his thing came out of nowhere as well. I think are they making a movie, or is a movie coming out? I think, is it the one called Tony? I think it's called. Comes out soon. That's to do with his life. Yeah, I think a lot of people did say that, like his death apparently was like a major shock to people. Yeah. And I think that's the thing, and I think that's something as well though, because it's like it does get you thinking for sure. You know. Do you know what I wish there was? I wish there was a zoom in button. Sorry, I'm going like fucking full on like ADHD on this shit. But like, yeah, no, that was definitely something, right? So I'm going to try and sort out Halloween Mafia and Pirates. If they're not Halloween Mafia and Pirates, they're getting chucked in here. Or, in fact, I'm saying that Halloween Pirates or Mafia, or any of the previous ones, I should say, so that they don't end up. That's probably the best way to do it. The tower one's a pain in the arse because it is right there, but until I clear this out, it's a pain in the arse to even figure out. So I think this is the right call. Yeah, some of it's mental though. The more and more you think about it as such, like Which is always why, like, it's definitely something to always keep an eye on people, you know. Always keep an eye on people. Because they say that as well, isn't it? Like, it's always like the happy people and stuff, like the outwardly happy people that are the ones to worry about, which is fucked as well when you think about it, isn't it? Like, it's a scary boat. But yeah, anytime somebody does, if you do ever think somebody is in a dark place, obviously, the one I always post, it does post every so often, to be fair, but I think this should work.
And I'll say one last thing about it. If anybody here, anybody at home watching on television, if you're in a place where you think you need help, get it, ask for it, reach out, text somebody, call somebody. There's nothing harder that you can do in the world, but there's nothing more courageous as well. There's nothing wrong with asking for help.
It is one of the few times, right, where like I actually do love CM Punk anyway, right? But like that when I can't remember what happened specifically as well. That's the worst part. I can't remember what happened for him to say that. But they took like a big segment of that show, and that was his speech. That was his talk on it, and I just found that one so powerful. Where I actually clicked it, and I have that as a thing. So every so often there'll be like a help thing comes up. As such, there'll be like one that pops up from time to time as such, but like every so often I should try and have that every so often. I do post that specifically for that reason, because I always find that like it's in scenarios like that where it's like all it takes is somebody watching that for that 2 seconds for that to click with them, you know. Like it could be a very powerful and very like life-saving thing. This is all I'm going to say. But yeah, every so often I always post that one up because I just find that a very powerful speech. And I would very much hope everyone is fine as well. Obviously my DMs are always open on Discord and stuff like that. These are more than welcome to message me if you ever need somebody to chat to. Even if it's a bit remote, like just dumb shit, you know, these are always welcome. It's one of the few things I will always make time for, no matter what time. Even if you wake us up from a deep slumber, you know, it's always something I'll make time for. I do hope everyone's alright. But yeah, I seen a couple of these ones. I'm trying to find what the Chris Cornell one was about, and I can't see it mainly because I'm trying to like multitask. I do try. Like I definitely ain't perfect, you know, but it's one of those ones, you know. If you put in at least even a moderate amount of effort, like you'll help somebody, you know. Like I've definitely always been like that. I always feel as if you're kind of like everyone's here. I always say it's a kind of weird one. Like I remember somebody said, I can't remember who it was, so it's not like an original quote or it like that. But I remember somebody saying it was like everyone's on the planet to save somebody else, which is a terrifyingly strong message when you think about it. I can't remember who it was said it. I'll need to look that up. Always write that. Oh no, I've had that one written down for donkeys. I can't remember who said it. I've discovered a flaw. I think what I need to do is clear this out so I've got a walk space. But yeah, here's hoping everyone's alright, you know. That's the main thing, you know. As I say, if you're watching now and you're in a bad spot, you know, just give us a message. I'll tell you something though, right? I'll not be see this fucking game for that drop down button option. I'll be like getting so I'm gonna slowly start getting pissed off by it because now I've actually pointed it out as such. Now I'm constantly seeing it. Looks like Chris Cornell got wrapped into the bigger conspiracy that tied to a claim about a bunch of suicides where actual murders were covered up after an international human trafficking ring. That's what it was. Yes. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck. I knew. Aye. That's what it was. Yep. That's literally what it was. Yeah. So there was this big like whole trafficking ring stuff, and basically he was in deep, essentially, like trying to uncover it all, kind of thing. And then I can't remember specifically like what he did. As I said, I don't know. I can't remember what he specifically did. All I remember was like, basically he was part of like a series of people who got murdered. Anthony Bourdain got pulled into it, but he never would have kept quiet about that if it was true. See, that's the other thing as well. Yeah. But then again though, right, you never know. It depends a lot of times as well, like who's in on it as well, because people in powerful places can obviously like change a lot of those perceptions, you know, like it does kind of make you think a wee bit, doesn't it? Like it's fucking crazy. I knew it was something. It was the human trafficking one. That's what it was. And you're like, Jesus, like. Actual crazy stuff. Yeah, I need to clear a pathway. Do you know what I'm going to do? I've got an idea. See, just for a second. If it can go in those areas, it can. Otherwise, it's going there. I'm going to clear a pathway because this is causing me intense pain. Oh, it was tied to a TV show in production at the time as well. Was it actually? Oh my god. Right, okay. I didn't realise it was. I remember like. I definitely remember like at the time it was like. What's the way? Like. There was like a lot of chatter about it kind of thing, but then I didn't realise there was an actual like show in production. Jesus. That's crazy. That's scary as well, to be fair. Like. Yeah, that is scary. Google says the show was called The Silent Children, but the production team confirmed that nobody in the theories were actually involved in the show. Yeah, okay. Fair. Makes you think as well, because like if a lot of people were getting like dragged into stuff as well, then like it makes you think like what level of stuff did they have to then start saying? Jeez, that's some scary stuff. And especially now with this Hayden Panettiere person dying as well, it starts making you really think as well. You're like, well, what stuff was she part of or uncovering at least, you know? As I say, there's people trying to like find out who the guy was on the boat that night, and there's people trying to find out who the woman was, because basically she said it was like she basically had like very trusted friends, right? That she only had like a handful of trusted friends, and then from said trusted friends, like if she basically it was along the lines of like if she actually trusted you kind of thing, like she knew she was safe, whereas people she didn't know kind of thing she would never do anything for, because she just wouldn't know who you were. Like she wouldn't do anything. She didn't know she was safe, so she wouldn't do a thing and all that sort of stuff. So like this part, apparently, like she was basically, I think they said it was also like 20 plus years ago, so she was obviously like way, like I'm saying way younger. If it was like 10, maybe it wasn't as long as that, because she's not much older than me, I don't think. That's got me thinking now, because I actually didn't. I don't think she was much older than me. But they said it was like 20 years ago. Well, that's just saying that again. No, that can't be right then, because that would make her like well younger than. I don't know about that one. I need to like look that up again properly, but maybe she is a wee bit older than me. I'm getting my years mixed up. But I definitely gets you thinking. I think Google said she was 36. So so 20 years ago she'd have been 16. See, that doesn't sound right. Well, that does sound right, but not for all the wrong reasons. Because then that would put her down at 16. I might be wrong. It might be like 15 years ago or something like that. Like, but I just remember hearing the story was like apparently like it took place like proper ages ago kind of thing. At least for the story she's part of telling, essentially. But like even then, as such, you're sitting going like, oh my god, that's scary. I mean, because if it was 20 years ago, she would have been like 16 odd. That's scary. I hate all that sort of shit. Proper creeps me out. Proper gives me the fucking heebie-jeebies. Yeah, that's not good. Right, I'm hoping now I'll just kick them over a wee bit. I can now just walk up and down here. Aye, the conspiracy stuff's mental though. It really is mental. That one I'll actually need to look into, like specifically, because I did start looking into it and then I never really got finished where I was at as such. Well, the toxicology report hasn't been released yet. It's possible she just had one of those silent certificates. Possibly. I mean, the big thing that there was like a YouTube thing at some point where it was like basically saying along the lines of like essentially like some of the easiest way pretty much to like to off somebody basically was like they were saying how like apparently it's like a pure thing where like they'll what's the word I'm looking for, like it's all like the faking it part. I'm trying to think what's it called. It's putting out my head though. There is a word for it, it's just put right out my head. I want to say it's essentially like if you fake it. What is that word again? I needed that. Well, it's kind of like impersonating, but it's like there is a word for it. That's so fucking stupid. There are easier ways to fake death and disappear. Also that as well. But I'm thinking like if somebody was like to like attempt to like murder you basically, right? There's like a word for covering up. Essentially it's like covering up the scene, but I just can't think what the word is in my head, which is why I'm like I know what I'm trying to think what the word is, but it's basically if it's like a cover up job essentially, but there is a word for it, I'm sure. Now I'm just having an absolute moment where I can't think what the word is now. We'll go with cover up for now anyway, because that's basically what it is. But it does start to make you think a little bit when you see all this sort of stuff and you're like, here, hold the bus, like, holy moly, like, because it's scary. I mean, that's what they say. But then, do you know also, right, I also say as well, like, it's definitely something that happens within that whole famous line, right? I feel as if that whole world is just murked with just absolute mental shit, you know. It's like that whole world. It's like it's the same one I said to like, some of my mates and stuff. It's like one of the places I'll never go to is LA. As such, I just think like the moment you drink the water there, you're fucking done for. Like it does something to you. Like it's such a fucked up place. And it always seems to be everything happens as well when it's always like something's happening. But like for me personally, I'm just like, yeah, no, I'm definitely not going there anytime soon. Like if I can avoid it. Like, I wouldn't even go. I wouldn't even like. Even to the extent of like, see how when you see a lot of these sort of big streams and stuff like that, and you see them all doing collabs and they all end up in LA and stuff. I wouldn't go. I'd be like, nah, I'm alright. I was like, if he's ever my way, but like, come on by, you know. But see, when you see all these different, these sort of bigger names and stuff like that, some of it's mental. I definitely also, where I did see it as well, was don't know if everyone saw blooming. So Extra Emily, right? Just because we're talking about like fucking dangerous shit, right? So like, I seen that she got banned, or she got a suspension for the whole driving while distracted, right? Which I didn't know, right? Is basically not really like that much of a is it really a law in America, or is there anything that actually that happens to you? Because I know if you're over here in the UK, if you're like basically if you're driving while distracted or impaired, right? Like in the sense of like looking at a phone or something, which is what she was doing. Like, I'm pretty sure in the UK you can get actually, you get points on your license. I'm like 99% sure that's the case. And I'm trying to find out if that's the case also in the US of A, right? Because although she didn't physically cause, not a federal law, but California is known for having stricter ones, right? Okay. See, I think that kind of just all over the place, kind of weird a little bit. Because basically she nearly causes a crash, right, by being quite literally dozy at the wheel, right? Like the prime definition of somebody who is not paying attention, right? Reading, like, especially the idea of reading chat. See, honestly, that freaks me the fuck out. Reading chat while like driving is so fucking mental. Like, that whole idea is crazy, right? But what I did notice was, and which I don't think, and again, this is something I definitely have a real issue with Twitch on, is Twitch now just gave her like a Twitch ambassador role, and you're like, I get it, it's because she's big and famous, right? I get it. I do get that, like, if you've got a big enough name and platform, right, that basically you can get away with essentially like being a fanny, right? I get it. But you would honestly think, right, Twitch would maybe say, do you know what, we're not going to pick you the now because of that transgression that didn't even happen. It's still like it's only happened like a month ago. So like, apparently if you want to be a Twitch ambassador, right, what I've understood from this scenario is if you want to be a Twitch ambassador, what you've got to do is cause a potentially near fatal accident on the road while driving distracted, and then you get Twitch, like, you'll get Twitch ambassador. I was like, that's very interesting to know, you know, like, I can't drive, right, but I've got a feeling that I could probably drive as ineffectively as that to maybe get that position. I just found it very weird, and actually, like, to be honest, I actually was kind of like, because I think she is quite funny, to be fair. Like, there's a good feeling where I'm like, I can get the moments where I find them funny, but at the same time, I was also like, do you know, it kind of makes me go a little bit of a. I would personally, if I was in that position, I would not take the spot straight away. I'd maybe say, hey, I'm maybe going to like not take this spot right now while I work on X, you know. California has a super strict hands-free law about using phones while driving, but it takes a lot of individual offences before you get points or suspend the license. That is fucked up. Like, I'd need to look up the UK's one, but I'm pretty sure it's 3 points on your license if you're driving with a phone in your hand. Like, and obviously if you get 6 points on your license revoked, kind of thing. I'm pretty sure that's what it is in the UK, and that's just if your phone's in your hand as such. I think you can get, I think there's like this whole kind of, you can sort of get away with it if your phone's like on a dashboardy thing, but I think they're also looking at that now as well, to be fair. Plus a few $100 in fees. Like, I think that's the main thing. Like, you'll get a fine into it, but I guess for like people like Extra Emily and stuff like that, let's be honest, like, that's probably not even going to like touch the sides. Personally, I think when it comes to fines, it should be proportionality. Is what it should be. So like, if your income's say like 20,000 a year and your lowest income, right? It should be like, right, cool, you're still getting fined, but it's not going to cripple you, kind of thing. Like in the sense of like the same way like a rich person gets a fine and it's like it doesn't even fucking affect their week, you know. Definitely think that's something that should be like looked at. Does have a point system like you're talking about? I think most places do. I just don't know how they specifically operate them. Basically, as I said, in the UK, you get like if you get 6 points on your license, you literally just lose your license, kind of thing. So like, yeah. So like, for instance, in that scenario, I'm pretty sure she would get 3 points on a license if she was to. Well, saying that, I guess the only thing it probably saves us is she didn't get pulled over, I guess. But she does do it on stream, so like if the police wanted to pursue that, they could definitely pursue that. But I just find that like it's such a bad position to be in, because like for me, as I say, like I find that I would have like less inclination of respect on that level, because I'm sitting going like, why take a position, especially when like, because the Twitch ambassador, right, is somebody who's supposed to be able to like uphold all of the supposed to be somebody that upholds the rules of Twitch, you know, and one of them is definitely you're not supposed to be driving, like, or like do you know what I mean? Like it's literally one of the rules is you're not supposed to be driving while streaming. It's such, and then she only gets like a 2-day ban or something like that, or whatever it was, as such. And I was just like, I think that's a flaw Twitch has definitely got. In fact, I think a lot of platforms have it, to be fair. It's not just Twitch, actually. A lot of platforms have this scenario where the bigger the name, the less damage that happens to you, kind of thing, which I definitely think 100% should be like very aggressively reviewed, you know. If she caused an accident while she was streaming while driving, that could have got into a reckless driving ticket, which is 2 points. Right, okay. And what was it? She needs 4 points and 12 months, 6 months, 24. And she was close to causing an accident. That was the thing as well. Like, she was legit close to causing an accident. Like, the other driver, like, basically the only reason she doesn't crash is because the other driver, like, swerves away. But again, like, if that driver didn't swerve away, she was just going to sideswipe them. Like, so, like, yeah, she would have definitely hurt somebody. And in fact, the best way to put it as well is it's like, I don't know if everyone knows about the whole Jack Doherty stuff from a while back, but obviously he's like the prime definition of why people have to have these, why we have to have like these kind of rules in place, because like absolute fucking morons like him exist in the world. And like his whole I mean, he crashes this McLaren he had, right, and he fucking annihilates the, what do you call it, the car. Like, the car's a complete write-off. But then instead of making sure everyone's alright as such, like, he went into full-on content creator mode and then was like trying to like maximise the money that he could make from it and make it the most clippable and viral thing ever, while his mate was like fucking bleeding out. Basically, his mate's got a fucking massive gash in his head, and this guy's priority was to like fucking making content. And like, see people like that, like the fact he doesn't get jail time as such. Like, I seen just recently he got sort of pseudo arrested. I seen that, and it was just like the cops were like, alright, like, all we asked you to do was get off the road, kind of thing. Like, the guy's an absolute fucking melt. Makes me laugh. Like, but like, people like that exist, but then that makes it like, when the people like that exist, you would really think that what they would do is they'd say, hey, do you know what we're going to do? We're going to like tighten the belt, you know. Like, if you're being an absolute fucking moron, you're going to get fucking as much punishment, basically. Like, they do need to be way more strict on it. And like, because like I find things like that go really under the radar, whereas For instance, like the AI thing, for instance, seems to be like still very heavily in the light now, and I'm sitting going like, I think the AI thing really highlights to people who doesn't understand who owns Twitch. Seems to, I think that's where I seem to be. I think that's the point I've got to now. If you understand who owns Twitch, the fact that it's even been put in as a setting, right, 110% confirms that in background work it's already happening. For those that don't know, there was a Twitch setting so that they could train your... Oh, Google found her. Apparently she's in Texas, not California. Oh, is it Texas? Sorry, Texas. Actually, I think you're right. Actually, I would have thought Texas would have been way stricter than California, though. Forgot them. I think they all moved out of California. To be fair, I think that's what happened, and then just oh shit, no, we can shoot. And then just took the attitude to Texas. Mainly, I know the reason why most people move to Texas is because it's got like the tax laws are better. I think, isn't it? Something like that anyway. Something on those lines anyway. I think that's why a lot of I know that's why Joe Rogan moved out there. California is very heavy Democrat, and Texas is massively Republican. Yes. And I'm pretty sure like California, like fucking taxes, you like it's something like almost like 65 to 70% of your earnings after a certain amount or something like that. It's some crazy number. Anyway, I remember the only reason I remember it as such was because I know Joe Rogan, when he got his thingy deal, his deal with what you call them, Spotify. Like that was one of the prime reasons for moving, was because before signing it he was like, am I fuck giving them like 65+% of this earnings basically just because he signs a deal as such. I remember that as such. So like, yeah, that's a kind of I wonder if maybe stuff like that's what warps people's perceptions in California, the ones that actually like make, we'll call it silly money. Please tell me you don't follow that conservative lunatic. What, the Joe Rogan guy? I don't necessarily follow. So I fall in a weird category, right? I think this is a very non-American approach, right? I don't follow anyone very specifically because I think any time politics in America is brought up, I actually definitely think both sides are psychotic. Like, if I'm just going to be honest, I don't really have I don't think I sit on the fence kind of deal when it comes to American politics. UK politics I'll call a lot more shit out, to be fair, but mostly due to the fact that UK politics is really just whoever's in power seems to always be fucking useless. It's the proper way to describe it. In America, you're a country with a two-party system, which over the course of the time just shows you how bad a two-party system is. In the UK, for a long while, we didn't have a two-party system up until more recently, when, although people will say it's not a two-party system, like essentially the voting dictates it to be a two-party system, because you either vote Labour or you vote Conservatives. It's essentially how it works over here, to be fair. Whereas in America, for instance, yous are aggressively locked to a two-party system. Like, for instance, like the reason it sort of works up in Scotland, for instance, like where I'm at. So in Scotland, for instance, although all the other parties still exist, we have like the SNP and then like the Greens and stuff like that. So we have like a bunch of other parties you can't actually vote for. So it kind of dilutes it a little bit. Doesn't always help us, but it dilutes the idea of it being a two-party state, basically like a two-party voting system. Whereas if you go down south, although you can vote for other parties, basically, you kinda are locked to you're either voting Tory or Labour. But you typically end up finding a lot of times that what tends to happen is you vote for the other one that's not currently in power, basically, because typically the ones in power have done a great job at fucking everything up, because they're all career politicians, which is the biggest issue with politicians in general. I've said to this day that politicians, it shouldn't be a job for life. It should be a job where you're allowed to work in the position for 12 years, right? After 12 years, I think you shouldn't be allowed to have anything higher than a council level. You shouldn't be allowed to be partaking in. So if you're an MP, right, basically I think that essentially, like, after 12 years, you have done your fair time, and that's you done, like, at that level, and somebody else comes in. Because what it then does is it creates fresh ideas, and it also then creates this idea where basically people can't just aggressively become career politicians, because the ones that become career politicians you can't trust, right? And the reason you can't trust them is because they'll do whatever's required of them to keep that job, like, and that becomes problematic, because that's when you start getting into the sides of corruption, basically, because you start getting into that mode of, well, if this is going to keep me in my seat, basically, then I'll do it. And you definitely see that in a lot of people. You see it actually even in newer politicians as well. A lot of people will bend their morals once they're in power. As such, they'll come in with a lot of nice ideas, and then the moment they're actually there, they change a lot of mindsets. A lot of stuff happens. For instance, one of the big ones that we noticed was there was a lot of new MPs coming through, and a lot of them were like, I'll never take the housing benefit, for instance. And then all of a sudden, multiple houses owned. And it's like, oh, it's very easy to say you won't do something until the power's in front of you, kind of thing. And then a lot of people change what they're doing. So, like, yeah, for things like that, it's like, that's the UK side of things. As I say, in America, I think you're in a way worse spot, because you really can't vote anyone else, which becomes massively flawed. So, for me personally, like, it's weird as well, right? Because actually, some of my favourite states to go to and visit as such are the conservative states. Now that I think about it, maybe not all of them, but I think a good few of them. That I think about it, because like I will go to Texas all the time, for instance. But yeah, I think it's probably, I think because I'm not in the system, I probably am able to like avoid it a little bit, maybe. Hopefully that ramble kind of like sort of answered. Like, I listen to everybody collectively. It's probably the best. That's probably the best way to answer it. I listen to everybody, because at the end of the day, you've only got two sides of the coin really to listen to. So it's easy enough to be able to listen to everyone. Don't always agree with it or everyone, but that kind of idea kind of like works its way into it. I think once you start to get to the levels of Trump, though, then we start to lose me. Once we get to the Trump levels of stuff, we're like, Jesus. that one's less of a side I want to hear, because he's like the prime example of somebody who will say whatever it is just to stay in power. And the only reason he's doing the whole presidency stuff as well is basically because it's keeping him out of jail. Except that one side that's currently led by, yeah, well that's the other thing. Yeah, that's the biggest thing. But I think that's also, if you think about it, right, on the bigger picture as well. I think that shows you the flaw with a two-system state, because yeah, basically you've got that fanny at the top, right, but then that immediately then detracts from anyone like else in that scenario as well, because like I would imagine that, like, if you're on that side of the coin, for instance, right, for whatever reason, I'd imagine that by default they're not all xenophobic, you know, like it would be a bit of a high reach, you know, to assume that's directly the morals of every single person. But as you say, it does not fucking help when that's who you have in power, basically, for you as such. Yeah. Because I think in the past the Republicans have had some alright picks, and people. Trump's not one of them, obviously, but like, it's like supporting a school bully because sometimes you benefit from their actions. Yeah, that's fair. But then I think as well, like in the long term of it, like it's an awkward position as well, because like I think even with like even some of the Democratic leaders as well haven't always had the best intentions either. For instance, like obviously, like, because I think like the first time when Trump won, basically, let's be honest, he won because like you just couldn't vote for Hillary Clinton, like when she was making that run, because she's not a good person. So like, and I don't really know what category she comes under as such, but I wouldn't put her up there, you know, as somebody I would trust. But I think she's what I said earlier on. I think she became a career politician. So I think she does whatever it takes to be in the spot, you know, in that light. And it corrupts you. Like power corrupts all, you know, like that is a legitimate thing. But it makes you think though, you know, like as I say, like definitely gets a good conversation going for sure. Well, we try and figure it out. Oh right, I'm gonna start sorting this pile now. But yeah, I don't know. I just think America's in this weird spot of like, I'd love to say you have a good side directly, or because they were mad at a bit of Obama not being white. Oh yeah, I remember that one. I do remember that one. To be fair, yeah. I remember like for a long time they were like, was it not something along the lines of like trying to figure out if he was even American or something like that? Was it not something like that? I remember that being a big thing for a while. Well, I'm gonna take a wee drink of juice. I remember seeing most of it. Like, as much as like the politics of the across the pond don't necessarily immediately impact people in the UK, something that definitely happens is we hear all about it though. But I think it's because our politics are boring as fuck, to be honest. Like I think the worst part for you as well was like, and I think this is something that the Democrats have an issue with, was I think the Democrats had it, I'm going to say easy, right, but hear me out for the full thing, because it'll either sound right initially or it won't. I think the Democrats had it really easy when they had Obama in power, because he just naturally was a very approachable person, you know. Whereas I think the two people fighting off Trump, you had Hillary Clinton, right, who, as I say, I do not rank as a good human being. I think there's a lot of shady shit, is what we'll say with her, right? And a lot of dodgy background actions and stuff, right? And that immediately made her problematic, because I think for a lot of people it was a tough person to vote for. You basically have two arseholes and you go, which one do you vote for? You know, that's sometimes can be a really tough call. I think sadly though, what tends to happen, which I think happened in that one, was typically the person who either talks the loudest / has the more charisma, even though the two of them are pretty vain. Like, I think he had more charisma than her, and it sort of showed a little bit. Oh, great up there. Whereas then obviously people were like, right, he's had his term, we need him the fuck out, and it was just a matter of vote for fucking anybody. Like, honestly, I think a planker would have put him out. But then you said Joe Biden, but then during the terms of Joe Biden, he was not looking good. Like, he definitely didn't look good, and it's a kind of a worry when you've got somebody in that level of power who really doesn't look as if they should be there, you know. Like, I know the whole like the whole senile stuff was coming out about him and stuff like that. I don't think it was as bad as that, but you could definitely see he was getting on a bit, you know. And like, when that sort of stuff starts to happen, then you start to go like, and then he realised that they stepped out of the running in the second term. Yeah, but that's the thing. But then I think the problem with that was, I would have, if it was up to me, Jesus Christ. Oh shit, Wolfie. Fucking hell. Oh Jesus. I was never. Oh my god, it's a good movie. I think when he stepped out, though, I would probably say he stepped out too late. For instance, and I don't think Kamala Harris was a bad pick. If I'm being honest, I don't think she was a bad pick at all. But I think she needed to be able to be the front runner from the start. For instance, where everyone put their kind of like everyone put their eggs in the basket with her specifically. I think that's where they went wrong, kind of thing. Like, basically what I'm saying is, what should have happened is there should have been a vote of no confidence. They should have kicked him the fuck out and said, listen, you're not getting a vote on this, and you don't get to step out with dignity unless you do it now. And they should have just punted him out. That's what they should have done, because then they could have focused on her campaign. I think what probably happened and did the most damage was 100%. He was still the front runner for too long into that campaign, leading up to it, kind of thing, and it meant that everyone was. I think a lot of people were kind of in the boat of, I can't vote for this guy. Ah, Jesus, who the fuck do we vote for now? And then obviously they did the switch, but I think it was one of those scenarios. It was maybe too late, as such. And it's a tough one as well, because like it's not one you can necessarily just immediately make a call on, kind of thing. But I do think they should have made him step down way sooner than he did. Which it's a catch-22 in it, you know. Why the fuck the thing? Oh, there we go. Yeah, we know that was the issue. It was an issue. But look at what we got instead. See that's the problem. But that's the problem. Like, I think the difference with the Democrats in that one specific run should have 100% been on the mindset of just getting that fucker out. The problem was that's where the politics ruined them, basically, because there was too much ego involved, basically, I think personally, to get him out. Because basically Biden wanted to be the one to put him out, let's be honest. That's kind of like what was happening. Biden wanted to be the guy that defeats him back to back, right? Because it looks good, you know, like it looks good. But I think he definitely was not. I don't know what his health actually was like, but oh goodness. But his health wise and his mental state was super questionable, to be honest. Which is like that's where it becomes an issue. When you create an element of people can't put a lot of confidence in at the end of the day the party, because the thing with it as well was, when you can't trust the party to put the people first for the sake of what we're going to call ego, right, is when it kind of sort of boil down to. The problem you then have there is that you lose the confidence of somebody's vote in a two-party system. So here's the problem. So here's the thing, right? So here's the thing. I would say Trump's definitely not good. Also, can I just like make sure everybody knows I'm not defending Trump, right? I'm just saying the Democrats made it a lot easier for him to get into power. I think with Trump, the difference with him specifically, right, typically comes down to the fact that at a Supreme Court level, and what's the other one called? Oh, I blanked on my names. You've got the president, then you've got the. Oh, it's like your parliament. Oh my god, what's that? What's that head? Oh my god, what's that fucking called? Not Supreme Court. What's the other thing? It's basically what your actual vote goes to. The Electoral College makes the vote goes to. I'm googling it. I'm having like. No, like the. Like, now you have all your governors and stuff like that. What's that called again? The big place. The House of something. The Senate. There we go. Sorry. Listen. It's been a while since I've went so deep into US politics. Alright, so the Senate, right, fucking still hate him, right? But the Senate won't pass shit. See when he was in his first term, for instance, right? Do you know how he did all his executive propositions, right? So the reason he had to do all his executive propositions was essentially the Senate were like, even when he had the Republicans in Senate, no one was voting for his shit because nobody likes him. The thing that's kind of ironically funny with Trump is the fact is he's not actually rich, right? He's on paper technically rich, and it's the most loosest term of rich you can put it down to. So yeah, the House of Representatives and the Senate, even the Americans who were born and raised here don't always know the difference. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. I mean, it's kind of the same because we have in the UK we have like the House of Lords and the House of Parliament. So like the House of Parliament essentially is like the representatives. The House of Lords would be the equivalent of the Senate. So they have to like pass laws and then they pass it to the Lords and the Lords can pass it back to them. We have the same thing technically, kind of thing. Apart from the way our Lords works, is it's not voted on as such. It's the only flaw to our whole society, is that the House of Lords is basically just people are given a post for being a dodgy one. Is the only way to put it, to be honest. Anyone can be given a lordship basically. Like, it's a fucking horrible system. But like, yes, so basically the Senate in America don't like Trump because the people in that position of power, for instance, are actually rich, right? And the problem with the actual rich people, right, in any fucking society, right, is rich people don't care for people who try to pretend to be rich. Trump pretends to be rich through all the stuff he owns, but on paper a lot of his stuff just loses money, right? Like, a lot of his stuff loses money. He isn't viably a success in any real category. I mean, when you take things like his hotel business, for instance, it's one of the worst in the world for like how fucking bad it operates, but it's used as basically like a siphon essentially. The whole thing's fucked. Like, his whole thing's fucked. So when he then portrays himself as a rich, successful businessman, it fucks off the people who are actually rich and by default successful, right? So then what happens is they thought he could get them more money, but he's making problems instead of, and now instead his followers are starting to turn against him. Yeah, so basically that's the thing. That's actually the major thing people voted for him initially for, because he was portraying himself as this like successful rich guy basically, right? Like, the essential idea was, well, this guy's going to put through things for business people specifically, which means the rich get richer kind of deal. That by default is 100% why most rich people voted for him, right? And typically by default conservatives vote that way because most people will vote that way on a commerce level. But for him specifically though, yeah, his issue is he keeps fucking talking. So with him specifically, what ends up happening is he keeps talking and then he ruins everything he fucking touches just by default. Like, it's not even, it's actually kind of sad how badly he fucks things up. But he'll talk so often and talk so much that he almost makes it like almost work kind of thing, or he'll do one good thing and then he rolls with that forever. Like, that's also a big thing. Off the top of my head, I can't necessarily think of a specifically big thing he's done, because as far as I'm aware, a lot of the sort of small victories that he's won, in the sense of things that he's done right, I think did stem off of, like, the terms of Obama into the one term of what's his name, Biden, for instance. So like a lot of that tends to be a thing that happens a lot. For instance, it tends to be why you always find that you have a good 4th to 8th year compared to like the opening salvo. The first 4 years is basically you're making it work, and then the following by the time you get to the following 8 years, basically is when you start to actually see the results. Basically, when you've got a term of 4 years, you typically, in a 4-year cycle in any form of social scenarios, you're probably not going to really see the outcomes per se, unless the person after you forwards up on it, for instance. It's so, in a way, that's actually why you guys have a really good system, because when one person goes on a roll, say the Democrats for instance, and they get a good handful of years with them in charge, you're able to then have a longer window under one direction basically. The problem with having the two-party system is when you flip-flop, what tends to happen is you basically see, like, you start to see the results of the first thing followed by usually the destruction of it by the other half not wanting to partake in that side of the things as such. The whole thing's destructive in nature. Like it is a horrible system as such. Not the worst system, you know. Like we'll still take it over like unelected officials and stuff like that, you know. Like even if we call into the votes a bit dodgy. Usually it's been he does something that sounds good, except that what he did was put a band-aid on a symptom instead of fixing the real problem. Yep, 100%. For example, he tried to put a limit on student loans, but the symptom of how our post-secondary education costs has exploded. Oh yeah, and I think that's the thing. But then I think also, to be fair, right, and this sounds like I'm going to defend him really badly here. I think sometimes though, him fucking things up, I think long term though might be a really good thing, right? There's certain things he can fuck up that I think would actually fix a lot of things, because it means that the next person coming in has to actively look at stuff. So one of the things with you guys with student loans, for instance, is the student loan system is fucking horrendously predatory. Like it is. There should be no, like, so basically, right, if you go bankrupt, right, every loan's consolidated and essentially absolved, right, and yada yada yada, right, there should not be a loan you can take out at any level, right, that even if you go bankrupt, right, doesn't disappear. Like, that's so crazy. Like, that is scary. Yeah, I get what you mean. Like, if he screws up bad enough, it forces the next person to go and fix it. Yeah, so I think that's actually something that, like, and again, the worst part about it is the fact is he'll be able to say like, oh, that was me doing this, and then they kept going at it. Like he'll talk the shit, you know. That's just that's just kind of how it goes, you know. Like, but at the same time, I do think like it does take people fucking things up for somebody to have to be like, hey, we need to fix it. So like, for instance, in the UK, for instance, we had, God, how many years was it? About 15 something years with the Conservatives in power, and it was not good. It was definitely not a good time for anyone, you know, because they were horrendous, and they're basically the party of the rich. So if you're rich, you'd be fine, but if you're anywhere less than rich, you're fucked, right? That's always been the Conservatives' gain in the UK, right? So the biggest thing you notice a lot of times with stuff like that is everything was, if you have money, you're fine. If you don't have money, enjoy sucking eggs for a few years, basically. They'll try and do stuff to make it so that they can get your vote, because they'll be like, oh, we're doing this and we're doing that, right? But it's always small things that are easy enough to, like, essentially work around the bigger image, right? Then what ends up happening is you have things like Labour come in eventually, right? They get voted in because it only took 15 years worth of the Conservatives fucking everything up for people to be like, actually, we need somebody else in. The problem is, by the time they brought in, like, by the time Labour even came in, it's such a fucking mess that it's not even something that's viably fixable in a 4-year term, like, or even like to the level of like you could band-aid it at all. Like, you basically have to, like, I mean, what they should have done is Labour should have came out. I mean, they technically tried to do this, but they being Labour is essentially Conservatives with a blue tie or a red tie kind of thing, is the way they talked. Basically, the politics in the UK has hit a certain point where there's not really a good side anymore when it comes to the established parties. It doesn't really exist, because sadly they're all rich, basically, so they're all fucked. The whole system's fucked because I try to think what's the best way to put it. They don't have to do it for the small person anymore, because they're always going to somewhat be in power, basically. So they don't have to do it. And that said, the biggest thing that's then started to get noticed is other parties start, unlike the American system, in the UK system, other parties start to pop up. Even if it is people abandoning the party and making their own, what tends to happen is other parties start to pop up. The problem is, in our world, like, we end up having the parties that pop up tend to be worse. So like, see how like the way how like Trump's like the kind of like homophobic kind of party, basically. basically we have that on the lines of like reform, basically. So we have people who are horrible, like horrible for this fucking the world, not a good scenario to be under. But because you can't necessarily just vote, like, because basically the voting becomes, well, if you either you vote for the two parties you don't want to vote for, or you vote for something you don't want to vote for, but it's not the two parties. That's kind of what ends up happening. It's a fucking major issue, because like you're basically saying to somebody, I didn't realise that had a cost on it. Sorry, distracted. So what ends up happening is, yeah, you end up having these other parties will splinter from the previous parties, show up, and then be like, oh yeah, we're going to fix everything, and then people vote for them, so it dilutes a vote basically as such. The problem with that scenario is, as I say, what typically tends to happen is it's actually the fucking arseholes that you don't want anywhere near fucking power, that end up being the ones that come into that scenario. Like for instance, like we have like a guy called Nigel Farage, for instance, who is, for all case and points, an absolute fucking melon, right? He was part of the European Union's. He would get a vote, he would get a seat all the fucking time, because there was enough people, mostly in England, that wouldn't want to be part of the EU. And then he would always be in the EU, he would get his EU seat, and his whole fucking charade, his whole fucking thing was, I'm here until I get sacked, i.e. we leave the EU. That was his whole thing. And basically, like, that was his entire stick, his entire gimmick was basically, I've got a job until yous get me sacked because we'll leave the EU, and then I don't have a job. That was his whole thing. Eventually, though, over years and years of people not really I think the problem with it was people not really understanding what you got with the EU was the biggest issue with it, to the point where people then voted against it. We got dragged out. All of Scotland basically voted to stay in the EU, but because we're a country connected to 3 other countries and we all vote together, we got aggressively dragged out of that. So we all voted, it was a unanimous vote in Scotland to stay in Europe, but England specifically voted to leave, and it basically by default just dragged us out with them. Great system, you know, fucking love it, you know. If you couldn't tell, I'm somebody who would vote for independence if we get the option to vote for it, because you just can't operate a country that's 4 countries trying to like fucking work as one. It just doesn't work. But aye, so basically that's the first one. Nice. So essentially, yeah, we had it where what's the way to put it? We basically, I don't remember, voted out of that system as such, just as what it is. But that stemmed from parties like Nigel Farage's Reform Party, basically. That's the whole point. That was the whole point of that party, basically, as such. And it totally fucks everything up. Like, it's a horrendous thing that does happen, because the problem there is it then spawns genuine racists to come out of the woodworks because they realise they've got a party that will back them. Same with the way Trump essentially operates as such, and then they're able to operate essentially under the guise of being part of a party as such. But what it really is at the end of the day, there's a lot of people in this world who are just not nice people, you know. Like there's too many people for us all to just be nice, even though it shouldn't necessarily be that fucking complicated. But yeah, you got nasty people who will find a reason to be nasty, and once they found their reason, that's them locked in. You know, they get to be like, well, I get to do this because this person said I can, basically, which is the worst case scenario. It's why we don't want people like that in power. And obviously, how when it comes to you guys having an election over there, you probably want him out as soon as possible to fix things. That said, I wouldn't say that it completely rules out other conservative people coming in to take over, in the sense of like I can't even think of anyone off the top of my head. That's the problem, to be fair. Like they've not had a good run lately of like names for me to think of. Basically, they would need somebody to come in who's still business minded, essentially, but not dictator, you know. They can have somebody that comes in with conservative values, but doesn't have to then be like these values are it kind of thing. Like I can't think who was the last guy. I can't remember how good he actually was or not. Again, because I don't fully subscribe to. I try my best to keep up to date with stuff around the world, but I'm not great with it. I'm trying to think who was the guy. Was it Romney or something like that? Was he not meant to be touted as alright? He went up against Obama, I want to say. I think he was touted as not being like that bad. Unless I'm getting the names mixed up. Hopefully not. But like I think he was touted as being an alright candidate, I'll say. Who is this? Oh shit, he's all over there. No, not Reagan. Not as far back as Reagan. No. I'm pretty sure he went up against. Was it Mick Romney? Was it Mick Romney or something like that? I think his name was. He definitely. It was who was fighting off at one of the terms against Obama. This is the only reason I've got him in my head. I think it was like Mick Romney or something like that. Something like that anyway. He seemed to be alright on paper. I know we're going back a few years obviously. But like it's like stuff like that where it's like they have had the tendency to find alright picks, you know. It just happens to, I think specifically with that one is it just happened to be during the time where like against Obama you're going to lose that fight. That guy had too much charisma as such, which is why like a lot of people will give, like for instance, a lot of people will give Obama a lot of leeway with stuff that he did during his office term, stuff that he probably had to do, to be fair, but at the same time as well, like I think there's a lot of stuff that he had to do that people give him almost a free pass as such, which is a kind of catch-22, you know. Like it's a tough scenario to be like I know the major one that gets talked about would be like the drone strikes and stuff like that. But I feel as if like I think I would still float in the sort of camp of like I think Romney. His big issue from what I can remember was he flipped up a lot for what he claimed he was going to do. Ah, fair. Yeah, I think though at a candidate level though at least, I'm sure he. Oh, don't want you. I'm sure at a candidate level though he was an alright pick. It was the thing though mainly. And I think that's kind of what they need at times. Basically, you kind of just need a pick sometimes because it's a two-party system. You sometimes just need a pick that's all right. You know, it's good for what's. I mean, wouldn't have been governor for so. So I mean, he wouldn't have been a governor for so long if he wasn't incompetent. Fair, yeah. Where am I looking for karate? Jesus, sorry. There was two ducks in my hand. That's why I'm confused. It was this one I was looking for. Yeah, I mean that's the thing as well. Like, I'm trying to think who else. I'm trying to think who else there was. That's the bit that's confused me. I'm trying to think who else there was because I think with that one as well, like it's easy to remember who was in power, but then it's harder to remember who they went off against. You know, I actually cannot think who else there is. Like I remember fuck, I'd need to Google some of the names. Not all of it's going to come to light straight off the top of my head. I'm actually trying to think what some of the names might be, to be fair. Because not all of them are going to be good picks per se. That's just a scenario that comes with the consequences of sometimes just being the person that people like. But for the life of me, I can't think who else there was. It's still good conversation. See, this is the thing as well. Like, this is why I always like having the ability to have conversation and this kind of stuff. Like, the biggest rule I've always got is see as long as people just have like a conversation, you know, Like, a conversation's completely fair game, you know. I think I definitely on this channel luck out, because I definitely be able to have conversation with people. Again, not everyone has to be right or wrong, you know. The bonus of opinions is basically just that, you know. But like, I am trying to think who else there was. That's the biggest thing. As I say, like, without being in the system and having to remember stuff, it's kind of awkward, because like, I can definitely remember like previous parties for like the UK way more than I can what do you call it, American side of things. It's just because it's not something I have to like actively be constantly up to date with. Like, I think in this day and age it's easy to sort of have a bit more information now, because you just look it up and chat as such. Like, you can just Google stuff nowadays. It's a wee bit easier to kind of like figure it out from there, but at the same time as well, it still can be very like it can still be very like misinformation, I guess, you know. Like, I'll try and be as on point as possible, but I'm definitely not going to be perfect at all. Especially with names. Like, names 100% will trip us up. But that is the legit the good thing with it. Like, we're able to have conversation, you know. And if somebody wanted to chime in, but like, I think you're wrong, fair enough, you know. Like, we're still able to have conversation from it. Because there's no way I'll be like on point with everything, especially when it comes to like when it comes to like actually direct things that happen as well. Because obviously, like, at a level of how it impacts you, for instance, I necessarily won't feel that impact, kind of thing. Like, so if something's really bad, I'll not notice. It's just not going to happen. Because obviously that level of politics only crosses so far. It's the same with like kind of like the way how, like, if you look at like insurance level for stuff, like, I still to this day find it mental how the insurance game works in America. Like, that whole scenario kerfuffles me endlessly. Like, I honestly, it is actually like scary. Like, because I remember reading up about that, specifically about the American system. I remember having to read up for a while, because I can't remember who it was. There was somebody on a podcast once. Don't worry, we don't understand it either. Yeah, that's totally fair. I remember watching a podcast about it as such. I can't remember how it came up or how I ended up watching it. I think I was just, you know how when you like you end up on YouTube sometimes, and the next video continues kind of level. I think it was one of those kind of ones, and like, it was like somebody explaining it, but they were like basically like how, I don't even know how to I actually am like struggling how to describe that one specifically. That one's harder to talk about the politics, to be fair. So like, it was essentially like the, what do you call them, so say you go to hospital, right, and they go, right, you need an ambulance to get hospital, right, and the ambulance is going to cost you 20,000, right. So for silly numbers, I think it does sometimes cost that amount, but like, so it'll be like, right, it's going to cost you 20,000 to get in this ambulance, right. But then what happens is everyone's supposed to be insured, right, and because everyone's supposed to be insured, what it means is you would go to the insurance, and basically the actual cost of the ambulance, right, isn't going to actually be 20,000, right. The actual on paper cost for the ambulance, would be 1,000, right. We'll just say 1,000 because it's easy numbers, right. So for that 1,000, right, they'll then say to that's the actual cost, right, but they'll say to your insurance, and they'll say, hey, that cost 20,000, right. So the insurance comes back and they say, no, we ain't paying 20,000 for that, we'll give you say 5, right, as such. So then what the insurance then does is basically along the lines is they say, right, well, we're only give 5, then they'll come back and they'll say, well, no, this is the cost, this is what we have to get paid for it, right, and they'll say it's something like 10, right, and there's like a kind of weird back and forth within the insurance level of things, right. where basically eventually they'll settle on an actual number, right? That's usually mega lower than the actual number on your bill, basically, right? But what it is what the hospitals then do is they take that number as a loss, so ambulances only cost them actually 1,000, but they charge you 20. Your insurance says they're only going to pay 10, right? So now what ends up happening is the hospital looks on paper as if it's now going to make a loss of 10,000 if it says the cost, because if it says the cost is 20,000 and they only get paid 10, they have a loss of 10,000, which then means the hospital's able to put through that loss on paper, right? So that basically, essentially, what it ends up doing is that the hospital will always on paper have a loss, which means it ends up, I can't remember if it's like it doesn't pay tax or it pays less tax, because you only get taxed on profit, on your profits as such. So the hospital doesn't get taxed as much. God, it's such a fucking system. The hospital just basically avoids getting taxed as heavily because it basically never gets the full payment ever. And then you on the other end get essentially whacked with high monthly charges basically, and then sometimes you have to pay the overtops and stuff like that. It's such what a system, man. You have like, it's definitely something that I remember, as I say, I watched the whole program on it. It's such just like somebody trying to unravel it basically, and I was like, Jesus, this is mental. But like, it was good. Like, yeah, it's all privatized for the profit spiral, so it benefits the billions. And yeah, that's basically it, because they can basically put those margins through, essentially down the lines of, if you don't, as long as you don't profit, basically you essentially get taxed less. So like essentially like what everyone tries to do is essentially have everything as a tax like write-off basically. As such, you want as much tax write-offs. Yeah, or the business losses only counts as a tax break. Yeah, if the losses are more than your profits, which is how Tesla avoids paying its tax in 2025, despite making record profits. But that's a separate issue. Yeah, the thing with it as well, right, was, so their whole thing was the purchase, that whole purchase of Twitter was essentially what allowed them to do that. It's so mental. Like the way they purchased Twitter should have been investigated though, because on paper it looks fraudulent as fuck. Like, oh my god, so fraudulent. But like essentially they basically essentially put up all their stocks as collateral, so a bank would give them a silly amount of money, because the bank knows, all the bank cares about is getting its monthly payments. So the bank, if it's getting its monthly payments, doesn't necessarily care how much it gives you, because essentially it comes down to either the bank gets its monthly payments or it gets whatever you put in as collateral. So what he did with Tesla was he says, well, I'm putting this in as collateral for that massive amount of money to purchase Twitter. And then what ends up happening was he then ends up putting that in, and as long as he makes the monthly payments as such, which you're still talking, it's still mega bucks, right? It's not even fucking real money at this point. It's fucking silly fucking made up money numbers. But essentially, like, he'll always then just put on another loan against another loan to cover all of his, he basically just forwards a payment to pay the previous payment. So it's a never-ending loop essentially, of him actually just not technically paying for something, but for paying for something, because he can use his net worth essentially in the same category as actually paying for something, which is crazy because you shouldn't be able to do that. It should actually be like money in the bank actually equates to stuff as such. But like, that's just how he did it. But that also allowed him to not pay for anything, because yeah, it's a common strategy of the rich. Yeah, the buy borrow die. Yeah, you buy the stocks, borrow against the stocks. That's how low interest rates. Then they never fully pay the debt. When they die, the debt becomes part of their estate, and the heirs sell the stocks to pay it. Yeah, literally, that's literally it. Like that whole system is mental. Like the fact that that's just how it is, you know, it is crazy. But obviously that's another one of those, like the rich get to make up the rules basically, isn't it? As such, which shouldn't be the case. Should not be the case, really. But yeah, I seen this whole thing, but that's why like he paid basically no tax that year as well, because the purchase of that whole company is still a purchase out. It's still a purchase made at the company expense, so it counts as a loss. And it's such a heavy loss where like he made so much money that year. Like it's crazy how much money he made that year just because of that. And it should not be allowed. 100% shouldn't be allowed. But you know, that's sometimes that is also the world we live in, which is mental. But that whole thing, man, it was crazy the way he did it as well. Did I put that in the right one? I did. Yeah, the problem with is that nobody can figure out how to stop it from happening either. What do? You can't tax loans because then it's not considered income. You can't tax stocks until they're sold because the value of the stock isn't technically liquid income. Yes, that's basically it. I think there was for a while. I mean, basically that's also that's essentially what caused the housing crash. I don't know. I don't know if I'll need to find out what. I'm going to look it up quickly. What the name of this movie was? I can't remember. It was Steve Carell in it. The Big Short, right? I would 100% watching The Big Short, the movie. Really, really, really good movie. A wee bit dramatised, obviously, like everything is, but it was pretty well on point for essentially what happened during the housing crisis, which was essentially people were putting mega loans onto things that had no way of being paid back, and then over a certain amount of time basically it ended up getting to a critical point where all it took was essentially one person, I think it was like out buying the loan, out buying the loans or something like that. Was that was a variable rate mortgages, wasn't it? Yeah, that started out as low and then shot up super high. And then it'll leave a ton of people unable to pay the mortgage. Got an ad again? God damn it. Yes, that was that one though. That was that one. But essentially it was it's along the lines of the same thing, because it was stock investors investing in stocks, assuming it was what's the word? It was like assuming stocks are always good, basically. Hello? Assuming stocks are always good as such, so the loans, the payments always come in on them, which is basically what the side of the rich were doing as such. It's essentially you're always paying that loan, so as long as you can pay your loan as such, you're safe, you're set, kind of thing. What ended up happening though was, as you say, it was basically they ended up against a rate that was actually not manageable. And then I can't remember how exactly it is, but somebody worked out that there was so many of them that they basically wanted to see if you basically, what caused the crash was essentially a big mass sellout, which then spiraled and stuff like that. Very, very good movie though. As such as I say, I'm probably not doing it the biggest of justice, try to explain it fully. Makes me want to watch it again. No, see, honestly, the temptation of putting that on the background. I'm pretty sure I actually still have it downloaded actually, because it just not a magical movie for the right reasons, but the Steve Carell character in it, for instance, like I can't remember what happens to them in real life. I know a bunch of them ended up getting like jail time and stuff like that. Okay, back from ads. Yeah, well, I was literally just saying, so like it's like that whole thing started from basically, it was essentially along the lines of these interest loans that were always considered good. So there was never a, what am I looking at? There we go. These interest loans were always considered good. So because they were always considered good, and then there was all these low rates and then high rates and then they spiked. It's so mental, but essentially that came from the same sort of outcome of essentially somebody that just basically somebody just like outbought all of them like, and then sold them all, and that was what then spiked everything. It's such a crazy thing, but it's all loan based as well, and it was all just people in hedge funds and stuff like that. And that's such a crazy time. That movie though is definitely worth a watch. It's called The Shortfall. No, it's not. It's called The Big Short. Jesus. It's 100% worth a watch. I went through a weird period in my time, like not too long ago, where what I started doing was just watching all these different kind of like weird documentaries type, like biopics. Is that what they're called? I went through a weird time of just like watching biopics basically. Not all of them were like the financial ones. Like, oh god, some of them were brilliant. To be fair, like, so I watched one with Brad Pitt. This one was sports related, to be fair, but it was to do with Moneyball. Is the one with Brad Pitt, and it was to do with the whatchamacallums. I can't think what they're called. Moneyball was to do with the baseball team and how he managed to like figure out a better system during the time. That I was at the something A's. I want to say the Boston A's, but I might get shot if I say the right thing. It was like the something A's basically were like a pretty fucking low team basically, and like they pretty much were like shit. They had the GM was just kind of like getting them through it, but in order to be like actually competitive, there was like a level of money you had to spend, and their owners at the time just would never spend it. They said they were quite happy just being middle of the road. They knew basically they were in the kind of category of we know where our spot is and that's us, rather than we can compete basically. It's which is also kind of crazy to be fair. I want to say it was the Boston A's in my head. I don't know why. It just sort of rings true. But I watched that one, and then I watched how like there was the whole thing about it where what do you call it, they end up doing like really well as such, and it changed like a lot of stuff. What was the one I watched after that? Shit, I watched the one with what's his name again from Waterworld. Oh shit, what was his name again? I was going to say Hugh Hefner. It's not Hugh Hefner. Is it Kevin Costner? Oh shit, what's his name again? Love it. World. What's his fucking name? No, not the fucking the film you Google, not the fucking place. The film. What's his name? That is Kevin Costner. I was right. Shit. Yes, let's go. Aye, Kevin Costner. Right, was in the. Oh, just show me the movie. It never shows you the movie the moment you start looking for it. What was that one? Draft Day, right? Draft Day was another good one. Slightly super dramatized, specifically on that one. That one slightly super dramatized, but the overarching narrative of as such was kind of true, not entirely, but kind of true. That one was really good because it was, because I watched that one mainly because I'd watched God, this is going to sound crazy. So I watched that one because I ended up getting in. I do like American football, to be fair, but I ended up watching that one with Clint Eastwood. But I initially thought the Clint Eastwood one was actually a biopic, which is why I watched it. And then I found out after the fact that it was not. It was just a movie he made up. And I was like, you bastard. But it was a brilliant movie. His one was called The Big Blind or something like that. I'm going to Google that one as well. What did I say his name was? Clint Eastwood movies. I'm sure it was The Big Blind. I think it was what it was called. Clint Eastwood. No, maybe it's not. Was it The Curve? Oh, Clint Eastwood, Trouble with the Curve. That's the other one. I'm going to put all of these on the Discord later on tonight, right? Because as much as I'm talking about them, I would fucking love if we did like a movie day one day, and just on the Discord would be so fucking. I would be so up for that. Do a movie day one day and just get a bunch of these different like weird biopics and stuff like that up. Yeah, I might have to actually look at getting that sorted out. But like, that one, the trouble with the trouble with the curve. I actually for initially when I was watching it, I thought it was based on a true story within baseball. Then it turned out it wasn't true, and I was like, it almost crushed me a wee bit, to be fair, because I was trying to like look up names and stuff like that, but apparently like some of it had like some level of relevance, but not all of it, basically, kind of thing. It was one of those ones where it was like some of it is sort of based on a true story, and the rest of it is highly made up. And I was like, bastard, because it would have been brilliant. But God, I went in such a bad spiral. Probably a good spiral. I'm going to say a good bad spiral. Because now I'm really trying to think of what was the other one that I watched. There was another one. I can guarantee there was another one, because off the top of my head now, I'm actually trying to think what it was called. What was the other one I watched? Like, this is what happens to me though all the time, right? I don't know if everyone else is like this, right? But do you ever get that moment where you just go on like an aggressive binge watch session? Because that's what happens to me. Like, my problem with it is like I'll watch shows and stuff like that, and then I'll just not watch TV at all, like proper conventional TV. I'll watch a lot of streams. Like I think what saves me is like I can go on and watch a stream and listen to people, and I'll just do stuff in the background. That's my kind of like my go-to jam, you know, like, or I'll play some video games or something like that. Like I can do that a lot, so like I hopefully people can do that with me as such, where I'm just chatting mad shit for fucking endless hours as such. But like I'll do that all the time, but every so often I'll go through like a proper movie phase as such, and I end up, it's the sort of biopics and ones retelling history. The one with the one that's coming to mind now that I remember about it was the women who helped NASA with the first was it the first the first rocket as such? Can't remember what it, oh god, what was that one called again? Because that was also fucking brilliant. But saying that, because it was the one where she was the mathematician. Oh, what was that one called again? Because she's a fucking fabulous actress, and I've totally blanked to what her name is. Oh, is that what? That's a fucker. That's I'll Google it. What's the cunt from Big Bang called? Jim Parsons. I know he was in it. I know he's in it. Movies. And I'll figure it out, because I think it was like one of his only big movies. Hidden Figures, right? So Hidden Figures was the one to do with the people who helped it was essentially they helped NASA, wasn't it? Was that? I think that's basically what it was. But they helped NASA with all the numbers and shit. But because it was during the segregation sort of side of things, like there was so much shit that was like, she's like a brilliant mind, and like essentially along the lines of these rules were basically put in place where I think she said, I think it was like, because it was a true story as well, like, and she had to like walk for miles to go to a public bathroom because the ones that were on what do you call it, on campus basically were all white toilets, which is fucking mental. I never even like fucking clicked as that has been a thing. Like, shows you how crazy the whole segregation side of things is as such, especially if you'd never look into it kind of thing. But this idea where basically she had to like go for miles and miles to a place that would let people of colour go to the toilet, which just sounds, the fact that that's not even long ago is baffling, you know. Like, it's a genuine thing that makes me go like, that's something that within like this generational cycle was still a thing, you know, was still being resolved, you know, which just sounds crazy. But aye, they end up, aye, that was like, they helped, like, there was like her and then there was a couple other people, but I think it was essentially along the lines of like, they were the people who helped them with like different parts of the math of it and stuff. And then ironically, I also now sadly remember the movie. He's all laugh at this one. So I now remember the movie that actually got me on that binge watch, which was the Founder. Oh, I remember exactly what it was now. So I remember watching the Founder, and that was what got me on this mega binge watch. I mean, like proper binge watch mode. That's exactly what. Ah, that's terrible. Like, yeah, and that also was a brilliant movie as well. Not entirely true, but not entirely also not true. So like, it gets a little bit of a pass. And his book was a load of shit. What was his Thingy Crockett's book? Was a load of dog shit. As such, his book was the definition of like the victor. Like the victor gets to like write history basically. That was essentially what that book was. Because like some of that stuff, the movie does a good-ish job of it as such. I don't think it did a perfect job, but I think it went down the dramatization of it a bit maybe too heavy, I would say. As such, like I would say it was a little bit too heavy. Oh shit. It was maybe a little bit too heavy on the dramatization of it, which I guess movies have got to do, and for what it's worth, it did make a good movie. But like it was along the lines of like apparently like the money he paid them for that in that time frame, for instance, was like so fucking much. But everything was done on like a handshake deal, and then like essentially like this handshake deal was essentially broken like fucking immediately kind of thing. That's what it was, which is fucking crazy. But they still like, so basically it was like they got the they got the sale, for instance, but they were supposed to get royalties, but the royalties only were all on a handshake deal. And then once the deal was made, they then removed the notion. Basically, what it was they said that they had X amount of sales. They had the sale of the business, which was McDonald's, and then what they did was they said they wanted like an X amount. I think it was like a 1%, or I think it was 2%. It was 1% each of everything that McDonald's made forever. That's why you always get it right in 100%. Well, the reason they didn't get it in right was basically during the process of this sale, right? Because essentially Jim Crockett was like slowly but surely going to push them out, because what he had essentially did, which the movie actually does really well at showing, was all of the land that McDonald's had. And so basically the brothers went to franchise it at first and it failed because they had no control over it, right? Jim Crockett came in and basically was like, well, you need to do this, and essentially showed them a better way to sort of franchise it. So then they started franchising it, but what ends up happening is Jim Crockett ends up within his own business end of it. He has his own McDonald's. He had his one McDonald's basically that he was running with the brothers, right? And with that, he then was expanding and he wanted to make more franchises. But what he ends up doing, which is what they show in the movie really well, was they show it that he basically goes like, the big line in the movie was like, oh, you don't want to be in the restaurant business, you want to be in the real estate business, right? Which is entirely true. That is actually the truth. Like the business he was in was real estate, and what ends up happening is he ends up buying all of the land, or the vast majority of the land, of basically everyone who was starting a McDonald's franchise. So what ends up happening in real life essentially was something along the lines of like, basically he could essentially like pull the cord which was basically the strong arm of the whole thing, basically. Which is why the brothers eventually decide to sell to him, basically, because they basically got to a point where they just couldn't fight him any longer. He was always going to win at some point, but even without that, as such, it probably would have just taken him longer. And like, it was this. It's a brilliant story. But like, essentially along the lines of like I just realised Dracula. I don't know if I've been dumping Dracula in there. Oh shit. Sorry, I just get distracted there by Dracula. Might have been getting dumped in there. I forgot about. So they end up having it where, like, they eventually sell to him. They sell for like $1 million each, which back then, including inflation, is like a silly amount of money as well. Like, it's not a short term of money. But they wanted a 1% deal of everything McDonald's made going forward, and basically the shareholders within Jim Crockett's end, basically, which essentially was just him, basically said that was a deal breaker for the sale of it, and they couldn't do it, so it had to be on a handshake term basis, and so that he would honour it and pay them it, but it wouldn't then be on the books basically for the company that was McDonald's Enterprise or whatever it was getting called as such. And then they then agree to it, kind of thing. They go, cool, we'll sign it up. And then the moment that was done, he then breaks that deal like almost immediately. Like, I don't, to the extent where it's like it was broken almost before they even get out of the building level of signing this deal for the sale of the company. It's so mental. But that's also legitimately a brilliant fucking movie. As I said, it got me on such a binge. Oh, it was brutal. But this is what happens to me the most. Like, I'm terrible for it. Absolutely terrible for it. You get me in a good binge watching mode, and then that's me for the next X amount of time. Like, I'm locked in. I do it all the time. Not too often where it becomes a problem, but enough where I can accept that it's probably going to be a problem. This though is going to start to get to be a problem. I think I'm probably still best doing what I'm doing actually. And then just I'll do it this way. In fact, no, I've got a better idea. What I'll do is I'll do it this way instead. I'm going to make this general area. No, I probably am best doing it this way, still. Shit. This is what happens to me every time. I start doing like a game plan, then I change my mind. But when I think about it, I'm probably best. Just rolling with it where I'm at. Just this is going to be a mess getting into. Nah, Joe, I'll do it until I clear out across the way, is what I'll do. Because actually, I should still be able to get into this room, to be fair. Let's do that. But as you say, yeah, that's why you always get shit in writing. If you don't get it in writing, prepare to get messed about with. I wonder, right, like, you would have to do like proper big time math, right? But I wonder how much money, right, those brothers would have made if they had actually got in writing the 1% for the company, you know. I wonder. That must have been like 1% of McDonald's must be a silly big number. I actually don't even want to look it up because it'll be like fucking it'll ruin my life knowing it. So well, it'll be some mega number. because they must make, even in this general year, they must make what, billions? They must. McDonald's must make billions. Oh no, I need you. No. Ideally, we don't want to lose people to that pile specifically, because if I lose people to that pile this early, I'll probably just cry. The fact is as well, right, which is actually kind of terrifying that I've looked at it, have only technically stacked 500 of the 4,000. Oh my god, and we've been here 2 hours. Shit. Oh man. Saying that though, right, it ain't gonna look too bad. The only flaw with this is because we're also doing it with shit like that. We basically I probably am best doing it like this. Do you know what I'll actually do? Just chuck them over there. Because actually, the more I think about it, right, is... Yeah, do it like this. This makes sense. They don't need to be in that side room. They just need to be in that general area, and I'll pick them up from there. Let's do that instead. I'll need to do like a proper deep dive again into like having a proper good movie day. One of the things we will be setting up soon, very very soon, the more I think about it, I'm going to make a wee graphic for it later on tonight, but so we've got the game that comes out soon is Shelve the Potions. So obviously we're playing the duck one now. Soon to come out is Shelve the Potions. And with Shelve the Potions, I want to try and get a handful of people in on it as such, just for a bit of fun, you know. So if there's any streamers people know who want to take part in it, the idea essentially is that you get to just play it on your own time, as long as I know the streamer's name, basically, like if I know their streamer name obviously. That's all that really needs to be known, so I can add them to a list. And what I'm going to do is create like a Google form. So currently what I've got as ideas is, the first one is I want it so that there's who can do the game the fastest is the first one. By default I'm now going to have who did the game the slowest as well, from all the people who take part. I'm going to have viewer votes for who they think had the most fun while playing. That was like the 3 main ones as such. Was going to be like the 3 categories, and then I was going to have one where all of the streamers get to vote one on who they think had the best time playing. Because the best time can just be like who had fun playing the game, you know. Like there's no actual real restrictions to it, kind of thing. That was like the four main ones, kind of thing. So like the viewers get to vote on one, the streamers get to vote on one, the fastest person that gets the time gets one, the slowest person will get one by default. Was going to be the 4 categories. I tried to think of 5, but I ended up getting to a point where I was like, actually 4 seems alright. And then what I'm going to then do is I'm going to have it so that each of those categories is going to have a prize of the game itself, so they can then do a giveaway or something like that on their own channel to one of their viewers as well. However they want to do it, you know, they can do what they want with the game. But like, yeah, that's kind of idea going. Obviously, like, it comes out like on the 24th, so I'm going to like get a bit of it posted up again tonight, as such, so that people can have a look. And the idea is basically I'm going to have it so that the time you've got to play the game, for instance, is going to be within. So the game comes out on like the 24th of obviously August, and then I'm going to have it so that the game, this kind of wee stream challenge thing, lasts until like the end of September basically. So it's going to be like that this week plus the 4 other weeks, mostly so that basically if there's people who won't be able to get the game until say payday, for instance, kind of thing, the idea is basically that they're not locked out to not being able to play because they can't get the game to start in the starting weeks. And the idea is essentially just everyone to have some fun with it, you know. As I say, I know there'll be a couple of people that want to speedrun it a little bit, and then it just gives everyone a wee game we're all getting to play, where we get a little bit of, what's the word? It's kind of like a bit of networking, because everyone's going to be playing the same kind of game and stuff like that, and then like communities can kind of mingle a little bit more, kind of thing. Because I think sometimes, like, what ends up happening sometimes with games is like people want to network, and then they want to do some stuff, but then they have like no idea how to work that into the picture, basically, kind of thing. And then sometimes some people hit a kind of sad point where like they can't network as well with other people because, say, like work schedules and stuff like that. Like, I would love to stream with a certain handful of people that I definitely know, but our schedules just never match up like at all. Oh, I just dropped the other one. That one. I'm going to chuck them over here so I can keep them there. So yeah, like it's like, there's a couple of times like it's like Stephen and Rebecca. Like Rebecca's a wee bit easier to stream with if she ends up streaming again. But like Stephen, I always find that we end up clashing on times. It's such we sometimes stream at the same time, to be fair. So like it should be easy enough to get back into the mix and get the streamer crew going. But then I have some like slightly bigger streamers as such, and it's just a nightmare to even try to connect up with the streams because like they stream like late at night. aka Bro Montana was playing the librarian game, but he's got scheduling issues. Well, see, this is the thing, right? So like if he's able to stream at all during that month, as I say, I'll have the graphic made up later tonight. Anyway, but like the bonus with it is nobody has to stream at the same time. Like everyone gets to it just happens to be we're all playing the same game, basically, is the idea of it, kind of thing. So if they've got scheduling issues and there's certain times they can stream or at all when they can stream, then it's totally a-okay, kind of thing. As I say, it's mostly so that people can like do a little bit of networking without having that lock-in of being like, oh, I can't do this with the X and Y because I'm busy, because I'm the same. Like, my scheduling issues always clash. But I'll make up the graph later on, and I'll make up a wee image so that people can like post it around, and all they have to do is just message me on Discord or something, or join the Discord in general. So that I can get a command, at least on my stream. No one else has to do this, but what I'm going to do is, if I get everyone's names who want to take part, and then what I'm going to do is have a command that will pop off with all the links to everyone's streams that are taking part in it. Oh shit, don't buy it. Oh my god. That would have, I would actually have to have restarted if I'd done that. Oh my god. That could have been bad. Right, note to self, kick everything away from that bloody terminal. So yeah, I'll make an image up for it later on tonight, and then yeah. So like as I say, I'll be doing it so that I'll be promoting other people, without no one else has to do it as such unless they want to, obviously. But the idea is basically just, hey, go watch other people play this game to see how well my streamer did it and stuff, you know, and then everyone can intermingle. Is the idea. And then everyone just gets to have a bit of fun with it for once. Because as I say, like, yeah, it's very hard to get people socialised in the networking in this day and age, because sometimes the time frames just do not match up. As I say, I have sometimes the worst luck for it. Because I'll be like, oh, I'd love to do X with somebody, and then like I'm looking at it and going like, oh my god, how am I ever going to like manage this as such? Or I would love to do this, but I don't want to be sitting up till like God, like when was the last time I did one? I ended up having one where like I ended up having to stay up until like 3-4 in the morning just to play. It was Among Us with people as such, and don't get me wrong, the time was really funny. The problem I had was basically I couldn't be as loud as I wanted to be, because pretty much what was happening was if I was to be as loud as I wanted to be, I'd have had immediate complaints. So then that was me kind of like getting restricted, trying to network basically kind of thing. So like I'm going to try and set this up so that people can do it in their own time, and everyone can be part of a wee something. No, can I put you there? There we go. I'll get that sorted tonight so people can post it around. Oh goodness me. Because I'm just enjoying these kind of games, and I think it would be nice as well if like a bunch of people just start playing them, and then especially as well, because then for like other people as well, especially those that do end up streaming at the same time, it gives people like kind of like destinations of where they can raid and different ideas and stuff as well, which would be nice, just to give people a wee hand. Like as I say, I'm not like the biggest streamer or anything like that as well, so it's like obviously there's a level of stuff I do, it's just with the idea of like how well can I help somebody out a little bit. We'll just see how it goes. But I am looking forward to it, because as I say, the game aesthetically looks very pleasing, so I quite like the idea of it. I'm also going to try my best to try and speedrun it a little bit once I get an idea of what I specifically need to do, because like Leave It Alone and stuff like that, I keep getting like pseudo addicted to speedrunning that a little bit. That's going to become a problem. I keep playing it as such just because I wanted there was an achievement on it for like complete it in 40 minutes, and I was like, I'm going to get this achievement. Like I knew I was going to get it at some point. If I put a second one down for them, I was like in this kind of mode where I was like, I'm going to get this bloody 40-minute achievement. Eventually I got it as well, which was good, because it was actually doing my boxing. Like, oh my god, I kept getting like, for the longest time I would be getting like 41 minutes and 43 minutes and then 44 minutes, and then I'd get back to 40 minutes. The worst one I had was, I sent it to Rebecca because it was like 40 minutes and like 47 seconds, and I was like, oh, I've failed that run by legitimately like 40 seconds. And I knew exactly where I had stopped. I had stopped at one point and I just made a right boz up of one of these spots, and I was like, oh, that was like easily like a 5-minute wasted time. If I hadn't done that, 5 minutes of wasted time probably would have been good. And I was just like, So I ended up watching another guy that plays it, and I was like, right, I'm just going to like copy aggressively what he's doing now and kind of get it under wraps of like what he's doing. So I start copying him. I'm not as fast as him for sure, because he can still get the game done in like 20 minutes, like 22 minutes I think he was getting it done. And I'm just watching it, I was like, right, okay, I understand the bare premise of what he does for it. Such, you just got to like, he clicks a lot faster. I think one of my issues was I can't click as fast because my arthritis in my hands eventually it catches up with his. So I can click for a wee bit, but like eventually it becomes like an issue. So I was like, right, okay, I get what he's doing, and then I was like, I'll play it as best I can. Did it, and then I ended up like doing one run. I'm sitting saying to myself like, while the run's happening, I was like, this feels like a good time. Like I was sitting going like, genuinely feel like this will be a good time, and then like end up getting to the end of that game. That loads out that tells me I got the achievement, and I was like, yes! And it was like 39 minutes and 53 seconds or something like that. I was like, oh my god, so I beat the game, the challenge mode, by like literally 7 seconds. Now, not to be undefeated by that scenario, I end up like going back into it later on as such, and I ended up getting like 38 minutes and 19 seconds or something. I know I could definitely do it faster. Like, I definitely know I can do it faster. Which is why I kind of want to every so often just test my PB and see if I can get faster and faster. Like, I think the thing I would need to perfect would be the getting to the point where you unlock the thingy-mabobber, what's it called? The fuck, what's that called? Oh no, it's out my head. The leaf blower. There's a certain point where you get that where I need to be more efficient with the leaf blower and know when to upgrade things faster as well. That's definitely something I know I definitely don't do correctly. He's like, he counts like the different runs he makes to the bin to drop the leaves to get money, and he knows exactly how much he needs in each of the runs and stuff, but he does it in such a way where he also knows that there's a certain thing that he's got to do at each of the stops. Like, he has to like, have a certain like, amount spent as well, so like he knows exactly when he's supposed to spend his cash, which I'm technically not doing. I'm kind of just like hard running through it, basically hoping for the best. But this guy's mathed it out, so he's like, because there's a couple of times where like he'll run up to the bin, drop the coins, and then immediately just pick up a few leaves from the ground, drop them in so he gets the right amount of money. And I'm just like, that's fucking mental. It's brilliant but mental, because like this guy just knows exactly what he's supposed to be doing. So the fact is, he's probably then picked up one or two like loose leaves from somewhere else and then be like, no, that's not what happened. And then he fixes it, but he fixes everything so aggressively on the fly where I'm just like, it's something else to watch. See, people who speedrun games, it is something to behold. Obviously this is not the definition of a speedrun game because we're having to do it without the powers. I think if we had the powers by now though, which at 600 points we would have the powers plus some, to be fair, would actually be in such a good rapid fire mode, to be honest. Because it's Al Capone up there, don't need him. Vikings. Basically like these people that like fucking speedrun games, it's marvellous to watch them like figure out a game. Then there's like me who just stumbles through everything. If we had the powers by now though, we would be rattling through this. Mostly because, especially we would have our hand size increased. That's probably the thing that's causing us the most issue. We're having to like stack by 5s. We are nearly hitting 1,000 though. Oh goodness. We're nearly hitting 1,000. I think once I get this pile and that pile done though, because like basically it's just this here I want to dump over there and then go from like figuring that out next. But we're getting there, like we're actually getting there, because some of these shells are actually getting, the fact that some of these shells are getting finished is pretty good. It's not half bad at all. Yeah, I think what I'll do is when I'm organising this pile, I'll do it from here, chuck them there instead, just to make the pile, and then just divvy it all up completely. Because once we've got the majority of this, I know there's going to be a handful in that pile there, but when we're sorting through all of this, it's going to be either stacking that up or stacking up those other ones. over there, so I think it's going to keep everything quite nicely separated, to be fair. And see how it goes. I'm also very happy for this to be a longer stream as well, because as far as I'm aware, there's not a lot I can do in the sorting out the bathroom in the day, to be fair, so I think that's just one of them days. And I already said I'm not going out to play cards today, because in the off chance we do need to do something as such, I do need to be in case we change our mind. Karate. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. As I say, normally I play cards on a Wednesday, but between that and actually the cost of going in, to be fair, is actually the bigger issue. I'm not skint, but I can't really justify going in just yet. As much as I would like to, annoyingly, I'd love to go in to play some games. I just don't have the money right now. The bathroom's costing too much. And also I don't have the new cards either, so I'm also in this kind of weird 50-50 spot. I want to go in, but I also feel as if I'll annoy myself by getting in. Oh wait, banana, get the fuck out of here. Get your banana ass out of here. We'll see. We'll see what we get done. I probably should just start doing this more often, just skipping over it. This is looking pretty good though, to be fair. It's not half bad at all. Not half bad at all. It's the fact that we're not even at 1,000 and I can just see these different piles. Oh no. Oh, some of these piles are not looking fun. Oh, that's funny. It's just the fact I can see it, basically. No, we want that up there, sorry. It's just the way I can see it, that's so funny. Again, I should just be running straight over this. I keep thinking it's going to fall or something, but it's not. I know it can. Because I don't know how good the physics actually is in this game. It seems alright. I think that's what ends up causing the thingy-mabobber issues. The thingy issues. I know it is Nah, I've actually totally blanked on that one. The physics issues, for the stacks, the piles and stuff of them all. They basically can't actually fall over too aggressively. Like, they'll move and stuff, but they'll not, like, the fact that up here if I go cannonball it's not going to like implode them all. That's what I was thinking. Oh man, I definitely need to keep hydrating the heater is on as well, to be fair. Okay, 2 hours and 40 minutes, that's fucking hilarious. I think the idea would be see where we're at the 5 hour point and go from there. I think we will be close. I think at 5 hours we'll be like super close, to be honest. Just because like we are only going 5 at a time, but I feel as if we are making a pretty decent, because we're making a decent pile, it feels like we're getting close to like collections, like full shelves getting finished, which is good. So far so good. it's like this pile looks bad, but it was all excavated over here. This pile over there's. That pile there's the bit that worries me because it's going to have so much stuff. Because like that pile there is going to have stuff for every single section. At least this, once we get filtering it out, is only going to have so many things. like that, for instance. There's a couple actually. It's actually a fair few. To be fair, I wonder if I can just quickly hover and find 5. Just for the sake of being able to say that's 5 of them at the road. Centurions. There we go. Just for the sake of it. Aye, like I know I'm definitely like once we get this pile quickly organised. I wish there was a way that I could buy the thingamabobbers though. The hand size at least, but I appreciate why it's saying to me that this challenge sucks. Cannonball. I think in about 2 seconds time, at least for my own sanity, I'm going to like switch on some music. In fact, oh, yeah, let me pull that up. Spotify is on mute, so you will not be able to hear this yourselves. So that we can just chat away. I just need something else in the background in my head. What's this going to be? As I say, I've got it muted on Spotify. I've got the Spotify bracket muted. As far as I'm aware, you shouldn't be able to hear it, but I have a feeling it's going to come through the default headphones. That's what I think it is. So if I mute that a sec, and then what I want. There was one I had for this though. One minute, where is it? Good music. It's a good choice of music. I mean, I could just leave it on if you want. The only thing I've got to make sure is that. See, I need because the default fucks everything else up. I'd potentially I could have it unmuted here, and we can just roll through it, and then it will not come up on the VOD, but then you'll not hear the game audio, which is what I need. So what I need to do is add that, bring that over to about here, and then I need to edit it. Nope. That one. I need to actually bring this over a second. I can't see the name. No, it's an output. No, it's a process source. And we want. What the fuck's this game? Sort them ducks. And then just want to see something for a second. Oh no, I see sort them ducks now. Alright, that's what I'm doing. Okay. On my end, I'm going to turn it up. I hope this doesn't fuck everything up. Have you heard of the new Scottish duo called Scratch Card Wednesday? I am going to look up the name because that does sort of ring a bell. Yeah, I've seen them. I think I might have seen them on TikTok. The name did ring a bell straight away. But apologise in advance because, as I say to everybody, my musical taste is both brilliant and awesome, but also horribly dog shit. The only thing you will not have to listen to right now will be any camp rock shit, because for some reason I've got a fucking Disney obsession for that. It's so fucking bad. Oh, I've not seen the new one, no spoilers either. Oh man, that's so funny. Tell everybody how much you fucked it up. What a tune. As I say, this is excluded from the main VOD, but I need other music in my head right now, because the monotonous music can be good for a little while and I can totally survive through it, but after a certain point in time it just gets a bit fucking, it gets a bit dreary, to be honest, is actually the issue. Camp Rock was bad in a good way back in the original. Didn't need a third one. So that's that. I would very much agree with that. I think it was a very good one and done movie. I never actually seen the second one, to be fair though. I seen bits of it but never fully. Could you turn your mic up a little bit? Oh yeah. What I'll do actually is I'll do it like that. And then do that a bit. Try that. Yeah, that's also why I don't like messing with music settings and stuff like that. I always hate it because I just typically don't piss about with music that often, but I've noticed that in the last whack of playing these kind of games, eventually you get hit with, especially with this type of challenge, you end up getting hit with a point where it's like it gets too quiet kind of thing. And the in-game music is only good for so long. It really is. Like I can't really defend the in-game music. As I say, I'll turn that down, turn me up, is what I'll do. And we'll suffer together whatever the hell music it puts on, because I have no idea what it's going to put on. Oh, I just put this on today. This came up on TikTok today. Oh my god. So I put on this TikTok that came up the other day. It was like last night, and it was just music from 2000 and something. Was it 2002? 2003? Yeah, the music isn't bad, it just makes you a little sleepy after all. Yeah, that's generally what it is. It's just very monotonous, where I'm like, I can't do it. Can't do it for a long term. Like I've 3 hours, to be fair, is how much I nearly survived. Whereas this music is more upbeat, if not proper like fucking blast from the past. I can't believe this came back up again. Definitely not something I can sing to though. That's the only flaw. This is well out of my vocal range. So we don't have to suffer that much together. Also, I don't know the words to this. It just came up on a TikTok earlier today, and I just had to I couldn't remember who they were initially. I could picture them, and I thought I knew who they were initially, and then I started listening to it again. I was like, no, this is somebody else. And it turned out it was somebody else. I was thinking initially it was 5 Seconds to Summers who I thought it was, but it's not. It's like, is it the Struts or something they're called? The Vamps, sorry. It's the Vamps. And I went, oh god, that's such a proper... Well, now I can barely hear the music. Oh, no. Let's, as I say, we can keep fucking with it. We can just keep messing with it. It's all, to be fair, right, actually, this sort of thing is like, it's actually the perfect time to try and mess with settings. Because it gets me working on the audio side of things again properly. So I don't get complacent and I can make sure I know to fix things. Especially if I end up playing a lot of these kind of games, I'd love for it to be, I would love to be able to get to a point where I figure out everything perfectly, you know, because I always want to make the streams the best they can be, and like I can't do that if I just wing it, you know. So it's good to know I can footer with things, and we can figure out the best kind of options as well. What's the matter with you? As I say, some of these songs in this very much out of my vocal cue range, so I'll not be singing along. You'll get a wee bit of the Connor dab where I just bob my head for a little bit. I can't even think if there's any songs in this that'll be in my vocal range that I'll be like, oh, let's fucking jam along to this. Christ, oh my god, we just get fucking... What are they called again? Oh, what were they called again? Oh, I should know who this is. They sang How to Save a Life. The Somethings. I know who they are. I think I have a handful. I actually think I have a good couple of their songs on it. Like, so this is essentially just my playlist for when I go to work, basically. I just like a bunch of different tunes on it. Mimes. There's a guy on my Facebook feed who's done a bunch of D&D style tavern songs. Oh, that's pretty cool actually. See, stuff like that is fun. I like the idea of that. I just realised as well. Yeah, I quite like stuff like that. I try to make I'm trying to like make a lot of songs with Suno. I know it's AI and somebody will shout at me. Like, I like making up my own lyrics and then putting it through Suno. I've been doing that. I've been doing that a lot. So like the podcast with the sort of newer team we've got with the Ready Step podcast. So basically, like initially, what was essentially happening was I was getting to a point where I wanted kind of just to like wind my way out of the Dollars, the content team I was with for card games and stuff. It just was getting too much. Kind of doing too much. Okay, this is the on YouTube. Right. Okay, I have got that tabbed. I wonder if I know that name. Legitimate as well. Give some of them I'll be listening to in a bit. Right. What I'm gonna do is start just dumping it in here if it's not part of it. Because I love against with the two ends. Fair. Never fear. Listen, effect as well. When it comes to spelling, you're in safe hands because like I can't spell anyway. So like the autocorrect is going to be the thing that gets me through the day. But what was it? There was also what they called again. There's a channel I watch. Well, I watched them a lot on TikTok to be fair, but I've only started going into their streams a bit more. But they did this thing where it was like you've got to guess the song, but it breaks up the song into different what would you call it? It breaks the song into different parts. Like you only hear the drum kit for the first bit, and then the next bit you might hear like a part of the vocals and stuff like that, or you hear different instruments. I don't know how to describe it. It's basically like they just break all of it up basically. I had a proper cracking time. They were having a blast playing it, and I was like, I'd love to play this. I need to find out what it's called though, to be fair, is the main thing. But it looked super fun, where I was like, oh, I could see us playing that. I could see it, like, because I was also looking at like, obviously I try to do this during the day as much as possible, but I'm going to try and look at getting some stuff done during. Is I just put Evan? Fucking hell. It has. Again, this is what I'm talking about, people. This is what I'm talking about. This. Get ready for every kind of music possible. I seen a version of this. I don't know who did it on YouTube, and it was actually like a deeper vocal, and it was terrifyingly good. But I was looking at an idea of a bit of a joke. Don't know if I'll ever get round. Oh no, I need you. I was looking at an idea of potentially doing some different. I'm gonna regret saying this. I was looking at an idea of potentially doing some different streams, like karaoke streams and stuff. I'd said it before, but I found like some ways of doing it. And then what my idea was going to do was see if I could try and grab a few of my streamer pals, and I was going to get them in on it as well, so everyone could be on like Discord calls and stuff doing it. That one's going to take a solid minute to figure out though. But I've seen some people do it and stuff, because it was like the idea of like bringing Twitch sings back basically. And I was like, I'd be up for it if I could rope enough people into it. My thing with singing is like, if I can rope enough people into singing, I'll sing, kind of deal. But if I can't rope enough people into it, I ain't singing. Like, that's my kind of rule. Unless it's like this kind of shit where it's like I'm just kind of singing along. I feel like that's a wee bit different, but totally forgot about this. Do you know the worst part as well with this one specifically? I have never actually seen this musical. I know it's like something about saving Evan Hansen or something like that. Never actually seen it though. Probably need to put that on the list, because I think it's got a music version as well. If there's a chat in Discord, I can share the YouTube videos later. Oh, definitely. I'll tell you where to put it. There was one for a while. It'll be somewhere. There's one for music in the pact. There we go. There's one that's just called music. I would chuck it in there for sure. I was like, there must be one. Because I know for a while Dom would post a lot of stuff in there, which was good. Yeah, outside I was looking in, but oh well, that's lost the time. But I'm tapping on the glass. That's a note I'll never hit. I'd have to stop the shit out my toe to hit that kind of note. Oh my goodness, that would just be me crying for hours after it. Oh. Yeah, I definitely want to try and at some point properly set up a thingy, like a wee watch party for stuff. I've been meaning to do some stuff community based things for a while now, but it has been kind of awkward setting some stuff up, because I'm in this kind of like, I was been in like a bit of a limbo zone with stuff. Next week we can do some stuff for definite though, because I am on annual leave. So I'm working Saturday, Sunday, and then I'm on annual leave. So hopefully we're able to actually organise something for that. I'm going to try and take some of it to try and maybe get some practice games in for the universities tournament that happens at the end of the week. But if I'm being honest with you, I think I'm still going to go to it, but I think I'm just kind of going to fob it off and just be like, fuck it, I'll just go and play. Like, I think with not being able to get much access to the Tekken set, it's kind of like put me in this kind of like, not a downer specifically, but it's kind of put me in a kind of like a can't really be fucked, like trying to like what's the word I'm looking for, kind of like try excessively as such. Just too many different builds came out this month, sadly. So at some point we'll try and set that up. At some point. We also don't have the power that says we don't have the power that says that we can just chuck it at the at the correct shelf and it just like puts itself into place. The fact I have to do everything manually is actually kind of scary. Southern state of mind. No matter what state I'm in a southern state of mind. What a tune. What a tune. Love this one. But this is the kind of tunes that'll get me through the long haul. Pretty sure most of this isn't going to be applicable, is the worst part. Because obviously it would have been like when I made the initial stack. Fuck me, if we just hit. Alright, see, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. The musical taste in this channel is horrendous. It just jumps so aggressive. What one is this? I know this is a Taylor Swift song. Oh man. Oh, I know this one. Oh, it just jumps. It just everything. Oh man. Oh man, that was like the. There we go. Just seen that. No, I need you. This pile is going to be brutal. That way where I'm like, on the saying that though, right, I'm finding enough stuff where it's not too bad. But like, I think what's going to end up getting complicated here is I'm going to end up in a really... I think what I need to do is everything that's going to end up on that side, I need to do that side first. Is what's going to have to happen. And keep these piles separate, basically. Maybe with the romantics, come along with me. I can't think what else I've added to this recently. I must have added some crazy shit to this list. it's been a while since I've actually added it into it. What I'm also going to do as well is, so I was looking at some options for like plugins and stuff, and the one I did see looked alright as such, but like what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it be a Discord redeem. So I kind of want to try and make some stuff that promotes us actually going to the Discord basically as well. So the thing with it specifically is I'm going to have a playlist of 100 songs, or just 100 and plus songs is what I'm going to call it. And the idea is basically if you want songs added to the playlist for stream, we're going to have it be a redeem in stream that lets you then redeem it in the Discord basically. So like, say it's like 500 points or something, right? And you'll be like, okay, add this song to the list as such, and then I'm going to start curating a streamer list. Obviously if the song's inappropriate or something like that, then there's limits to it obviously. And I was just thinking, like, I was initially going to do it where people could add it during stream. I watched my friend Raven has a thing for it as such. Now luckily he's got a mod that was like actively looking at the stuff as it came in and stuff. Obviously I stream during the day when my mods are all working and stuff like that, so like we've not always got the benefit of a mod. So I was kind of like trying to figure out a way to essentially kind of like filter around that as a need. So my idea is basically to do it so that there's a reason for you to go to the Discord. So I'm going to have a couple of different rewards linked to it as well, soon as well. The main one's going to be the musical one. This is fucking Jesus. I just realised what this song is. Me smile like a bronze sword out of red, like a sword. Oh my god, what a tune. Now I've not heard this. This has not came up on my bus journeys in forever. Holy shit. Jesus. This is what I like about this playlist. It just chucks so much random hot shit. But yeah, so basically, yeah, I want to have like a couple of reasons why people would come to the Discord end of things. I'm going to hopefully next week get a lot of it in play, mostly down to the fact that because I'm off next week, as I say, other than streaming and stuff like that and sorting the bathroom and things, I don't have to, I can just chill kind of thing. The main one is going to be organising the Discord again. There's a couple of channels I'm going to sort of delete as such. There's a couple that I'm going to just accumulate into one, and then from there I've got some hobby channels that I need to actually, I don't know if I have to delete any necessarily. I think the hobby channel ones I'm going to keep up completely. I think the hobby ones are all still quite good, that I remember. Oh, I'm trying to think what it is again. There's a couple. I'm trying to see like if I can quickly look over, but my Discord's a bit of a mess for scrolling through because I had to make a full new category for the Ready Step podcast crew as such. So like I realise I have to scroll a little bit further than I normally used to. So I maybe have to fix that a little bit. The idea essentially is I want to just keep improving everything, so that like as far as I go, everything always gets a little bit better. And it does feel like it's an easy enough task when it comes down to it as well. So I'm slowly getting through fixing a lot of shit. As I say, the things with streaming card game related stuff, this has just hit us with 2 Taylor Swift songs. Jeez. But like, so basically I want to try and like fix a lot of it as such, so that we can try and get a bit more of the ball rolling. The bonus we do have is now that I have taken a step back from the daubers and stuff like that, I don't have to limit, as I was saying earlier on, like card game related chat. With that being the case, it means that, as I say, like every weekend there'll be a podcast now. As I say, I'm mostly just working with the team basically to like make it a thing, because I kind of brought them in. I felt a little bit bad being like, hey, I'm kind of going to dip kind of thing. It didn't feel too great, so I'm kind of like working with them. Like, as I said, there might be some weeks where I'll just be sitting in the background. I haven't currently. I've not had the time to do that yet, because I want to obviously kind of get them up front. I don't want to just like dump them in with it as such. But at some point there'll be a couple of weeks where I'm like, hey, here's the topic, who's in? I'm going to be stepping this one out, or I'll sit this one out as such. See how well they do. Sometimes that might not work as well. It'll be an experiment for the guys as well, because sometimes sometimes you need that person up front, you know, as such. Like when the Daubers were doing it as such, I always found it good because I always thought it was Scott. Like, for instance, that was like Scott's job as such. Like, Scott was the mediator basically. And I feel like every good back in the food. Nice Wolfield knife. Nice. What food you got? I'm gonna have to think about food soon actually. Curious to know what you're eating. Square sausage and some fried eggs. Fucking brilliant. I love that. Puts me in the mood for square sausage now. Ah, shit. I don't even have square sausage in the house. That's the worst part. I don't even, in fact, they have links a day. It's not the same though. That's a cracker. That's a cracker of an option. Wish that was me. I think after I'm done with stream today, I think I'm gonna have some kind of pasta. I got it nice and crispy too. Nice, yeah. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. I would do a roll. I'd get a nice crispy roll. I'd go bit of butter, square sausage, fried egg, little bit of beans, another square sausage, potato scone on top. Slam that down. Maybe sometimes some tomato sauce, but it's not necessary if you go the bean route. That would be my thing. Oh, potato scone, yes. Oh, potato scones are fucking banging. I don't even have any in the house, or else, like, if no one knows what a potato scone is, you're not living. You've not lived until you've had a potato scone, people. Is that kind of anti, or is it more fluffy? You've officially put me on the spot how to describe a potato scone. I honestly can't. I'm going to Google how to describe this one. So, potato scone or a tatty scone, AI, which probably is going to be right, says it's a traditional Scottish flatbread styled savoury snack made from mashed potato, flour and butter, typically rolled into thin rounds cut into triangles, which is funny as well because I did see somebody make this, and it was like it's the circle ones. I've seen it there, potato scones. The potato scones, but it's got to be a triangle. But it's like wee bit of mashed potato, and then bit of flour and butter, and then you like roll it out, and then you cook it. We have something kind of like that, but it's called potato pancakes. It's basically a potato pancake, to be honest. It's the same thing. I think ours though, like I think if you did like a potato pancake, you'd probably have it like, thick. I would say like maybe a little bit thick, whereas a potato scone would be relatively thin. You know, because you can make a potato scone quite crispy, or burnt in my case. Whereas a potato pancake, I'd have it be a bit more oomphed to it. Right, I think we might have to start slowly organising this pile. The problem here is the physics is starting to get a wee bit buggy. So what I'm going to do... that actually sounds kind of like a version of McDonald's hash brown. So a hash brown over here, like... What's that double done that actually? Oh, nah, don't worry. So a hash brown, for instance, for us would be completely different. Like you could have both of them on the same plate. Try to think how to like because a hash brown, the way I know the way Americans do hash browns could be considered some level of treason. I personally like the way you do hash browns personally, but if somebody gives me a hash brown, yeah, there's so many types. Because I know like the way you would do a hash brown would be like the mashed potato and the kind of like sort of strips that's all kind of like chopped up and stuff like that. Personally, I love that myself. Like I can eat hash browns anyway, to be fair, but in the way we do them, it's like the way we normally do them is the way you get them at McDonald's, with the wee square, the wee triangle squares. So that's how we make our hash browns normally. As such, that's like a normal hash brown for us. It's how we would make them. What am I looking for? Ah, that one. Gonna end up having to do a cooking show one day. How cool would that be? See if I could make that work as well. Saying that once I finish getting the kitchen all done up, a wee what do you call it? A wee cooking show would be funny. Those wings up in curiosity. I wanna turn it whole way upside down. The wings up in it and be found. Love this tune. We have those hash browns, but they also have the shredded potato style. That's probably closer to the original hash. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's shredded. Shredded is like typically, I think, the way I see it in America. Whenever I'm over, that's typically how I see it. But over here, like on my side, you would never see shredded hash browns at all. Like you literally you'll never see them. To say, but it's cool seeing how like things are so different around the world. That's something I do love seeing. So way upside down. Wait, what? Okay. I'm going to start putting this stuff in because I think that is starting to cause the game issues. I'm starting to feel it. Now you've got to wondering how the shredded style came to be. I want to say that is how it started. Before you come back with the answer, I do want to say that is how it started. And then eventually it probably, like, people started making it a shape, is what I'm going to say. That's my subtle answer. Because I can't imagine it having a shape to start with and then losing the shape, or like not having a shape. To, like, have it had a shape and then somebody goes, "Oh, do you know what would make this better? If we just smash the fuck out it." Like, I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the correct answer, so I'm going to say that it probably did start with shredded as that initially way, and then maybe somebody shaped it for cooking reasons or packaging reasons as well, I guess, to be fair, couldn't it? Because I'd imagine if you put it into like a bag, a shredded bag, you've got a bag, but then if you stack a bunch of reshaped ones, maybe you can fit more. I wonder. Makes you think, doesn't it? Oh, I'm kind of curious to know what the answer is now. So the shredding style happened because they freeze better, apparently. Oh, do you know what? That does make sense, I guess, doesn't it? Yeah. Very interesting. Very interesting. Such a wee, such a wee learner's corner we've got going on today. This is brilliant. No. I guess that does make sense as well, because it's like, it's not as, because it's not in a shape, it's more open, it probably does freeze better, wouldn't it, I would imagine. That makes sense. That's cool to know though. But like, over here, like, I can't even think. I don't think in my lifetime I've ever saw it shredded over here. But when I go to America and stuff like that, it's the only way I find it. As I say, personally, I think it's fine. Like, I don't mind it either way. It's the same thing. I know some people though are very, very, like, if it's not in the shape of a triangle, you've done it wrong. I'm fine with it. Like, overall, to be fair. Overall, I'm fine with it, regardless. As long as it comes out cooked, that's all that matters. The game is pseudo struggling a little bit. I need to clear out that pile, I think, soon. Because every so often when I walk near it, it's like, it is actually like crying. It's like, it's no having a good time. She don't know, she don't know, but here I go. Back in the hometown, and I'm down on the knee. It's finally figured out. Okay, pal. Oh my god, some of this is... Oh. Put it up there instead, actually. Oh, it's an egg. I was about to say, what is up there? It's an egg. That's fair. Why is that on the floor? See, the more I'm looking at something, that's a fucking mess. That's causing the problems though. So what I'm going to do is, see, once I've organised this pile, this stuff here, I'm going to organise over there instead, and then deal with that. Because it's kind of lagging the game up a wee bit. But this specific style is apparently uniquely American, inspired by Swiss roasty, the French hatch, leftover chopped up and hashed together in a skillet, and an old Spanish omelette, potato omelette. Oh, okay. So it's just an American thing then. That's kind of cool as well, though. To be fair, I wonder how it gets to that scenario. You know, that always makes you wonder a little bit. But then, as you say, it's probably that one. Just one guy comes up with it, and then boom. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it'd be quite fun. I wonder if I'd be able to try and organise that and do like a proper cooking stream. That could be a fun stream. I need to keep that in mind. Don't know how doable it'll be. Saying that, the way I've got the new kitchen going, the space probably is there actually. Apparently it was originally called hash brown potatoes, but it was hashed and then browned out of leftover. That, to be fair, that does just kind of feel like it makes sense, doesn't it, as well? I always hate that, isn't it? When you get like some things and it's like said to you, and you just go, that makes literally all the sense. And then you're like, you fucker. Yeah, because that literally just does make all the sense. Can I just say, not having the thingy option on this, see, not having the option to even just search for the items is brutal. Definitely noticing this one. Before anyone asks, yes, this is the Glee version. Fucking love the Glee version of this one. It's one of the few things that it got perfectly right. Just try to get as many of these ones done as possible. So I'm not having to trek all the way over there constantly. I can get a handful of these done. But I feel like it's going to. I think it's forcing me to. I think it's forcing me to it. Oh shit, that said though, I am all about learning some new shit. I love it, man. It's some of the best. It's the best thing you can do is when you expand stuff, especially when you didn't know it. Brilliant. Love it to bits. Any information is good information. What isn't good information is this computer trying to process information. It is struggling. Legit, actually, I'm not even joking when I say this. I'm shocked it's not crashed my PC. Build my life around you. I think I just have to start. Oh. Detective A, what one's that? Oh, aye. Is it okay to take a? It is okay to take a break if you need them. Oh yeah, listen. To be fair, I think it's more. What's the best way to put it? It's more the PC might need to take a break rather than me specifically. But I think it's just the way I've stacked all of that there. Like, so each of these items is like its own thingy-majigger. Each of it's its own. There's a word for it. Each of it's its own, like its own item kind of thing. So like, I think because I've started aggressively stacking them the way I have, I think I'm causing the computer to be like, here mate, there's only so much processing power we've got in this. But I think once I get rid of this pile, like, it'll be a bit better. I think because it's holding up actually pretty well, to be fair. I don't feel like it's going to immediately die, but I just think it's kind of funny that that we've got to this stage already. I just think it's going to be when I get to that bit, I'm going to cry. Plus, I think at the 5 hour mark, we will have to like tap out. I don't think I'm getting this all done in an hour now, sadly. Like, we're currently at 3 hours and 40, so we've got an hour and 20 minutes to put in a fair dent, as to say. But I think this is going to be something that's probably going to be a 10-hour project. That said, we are playing this tomorrow anyway, if I don't get this finished. But it would be, saying that, if we get really close to finishing, I'll just be like, fuck it, YOLO, you know, we'll just batter in and get it done as well. Because there is a chance we get really, really close and I can be like, actually, let's just stick it out for a bit. Oh, oh my goodness. No, it's not both samurais done. Jeez. It's funny hearing the wee click, because every so often I'm like actually completing a full page, which I'm like, hey, oh, hey. Magician, that one. No, not that one, that one. Zombie. I will say definitely the button that annoys me the most is it looks as if you're selected on one of them. I was wondering what that snapping noise was. Oh yeah, so every time I noticed, you know, it took me ages you see yesterday when we were playing it, it took me ages to figure out what it was as well. I'm not even joking. It took me ages, and then ironically it clicked and I went, oh, I can't remember what it was. I think I went to pause the game because I was like, where am I hearing that from? And then I came back to the game, completed another one that clicked again. I went, oh, you bugger, that's what it is. Vikings. Click. Run away with me. Whoa, whoa. Whoa. Showmaster. bartender, that's what it is. Get there. Oh, man. I think I can definitely get that organised as well, though. Like, I think that's the kind of... I think I'm not in a bad spot, to be honest. It just really comes down to how much do I get done, I guess, isn't it? There we go. Slipping through my fingers, that shit's gone. Sleeping with the light on, sunset through my things now. We better busted, never harm nobody. Oh man. Busted is one of those funny bands, right? That I remember like growing up, right? And you couldn't tell people that you liked them. If you tell somebody you like Busted, like that was it. You were getting left in a basement. Like, it always makes me laugh. And now, like now, they came back and everyone's like sort of listening to them again, and it's like, it's the people that came out of the woodworks being like, oh, I love Busted. And you're like, no, you didn't. You gotta like them when they're cool for it to count. This fucking button though isn't cool. Tell you that. It's the one thing in my review I think I'm going to be so fucking harsh about, is if it doesn't perfectly highlight that you can place it, it's so aggressive to be like, nah, you just dropped it on the floor, mate. Really, really noticeable. I don't know why it's annoying me so much either. I think it's because, like, at an efficiency level, I feel like I have dropped way too many things, putting them where they're supposed to go. Right, so what I'm going to do here, right, is I'm going to dump them over here if they're not part of the mix. And then I'll just make a wee pile there. My finger, that shit is gone. I'm sleeping with the light on. Because I'm pretty sure everything in there shouldn't be for this area, I think, which is hopefully a good thing. I do feel like I have done the whole push it under the fucking push it under the rug and pretend it doesn't exist scenario. Does just give half the impressions of how it looks right now. It's the same as well, see, because I don't have a decent throw because I've not been able to level up any power either. That actually has been like super noticeable. What a hell of an achievement. What a hell of an achievement. It's been good though, actually, like, because I think I did this with obviously the thingamajigger one. I did this with the tidy up the library one as well. That said though, I should probably have I don't know if I timed that one. I think that one took, what was it, something like 8 hours it was. That one took us like 8 hours to do that one without powers. And then the thingy one that we did, the cellar keeper, took us 12 hours. I did that one offline though, right, because I ended up just staying up at night. One night when I was doing it, I just stayed up and I just kept playing it. But yeah, that one took us 12. At least the library one, once you get a couple of upgrades, without counting them. Try to do this one. So this is the problem with this one, because you can't. The library one let you upgrade your thingamabobber, what you call it. It let you upgrade your hand size for it, for how many you could hold, which I'm definitely starting to feel the pressure of only been picking up in 5s, because the minor magic didn't count, whereas this one's, as far as I'm aware, like this one's literally all of these are just upgrades as such, and if I click any of them, as far as I'm aware, I don't get the achievement, which is a bit brutal. Yeah, it's definitely feels a bit rough. And especially as well, there's more items on this as well. Like legit, there is more items on this map than there is on the library one, which feels a little bit fucking a bit harsh. I'm not crazy, I'm just I think as well, this is still probably the best way to do it, sadly. I wish I could say this would be a lie, but I think once I get into this line here, I'm just going to pick up, and if I can pick up and put it somewhere, if not I just drop it. But I need those sort of items in that general area. That's what I think I need to do. And then at some point, oh god, at some point we have to then, no, hold on. At some point we have to tackle that room. That room's not actually that bad, to be fair, because as much as it's so stacked up, it's actually not a bad pile, but it's out the way, at least. Wake up. Oh man. Oh my goodness. Especially as well, it's only like 3 hours in game. That's actually not bad. I do wish there was a way to upgrade though. I definitely think this definitely is the harsher of the two. Saying that though, to be fair, right, saying that, right, the one for the cellar keeper one, that one was actually really harsh as well, to be fair. When I think about it, actually I can't take away, because that one took me 12 hours, right? But if I'm being entirely honest, I think I butchered how to fix that one, like how to do that one. So let's see the way I'm divvying these up. I'm divvying them up by a full section, and what I should have done when I played the other one was I should have divvied it by floor, top, bottom, floor. That was it. That was the winning condition there. I didn't do that initially, and I think that's what ended up costing me the amount of time it took me, because I was on good time as well. That was the worst part. I definitely had a good time going for it, and then it just kind of like bombed out. French, I was about to say. Oh my goodness. So close as well. See the fact I can see past it as well, which is really good. If I was being smart, and I mean like super smart, and I have not done that, I should have started divvying them up into what rows I know they're in. That's what I should have done. So like for instance like this. I hate everything about what I did there, because it's actually goes up there. Right, here we go. So like that, then. So close. Oh. Probably in hindsight I should have just started putting them all down. In hindsight, but in hindsight, what's the thing? Oh no. Shit. Right, note to self. I forgot about that. Ah, shit. Oh no. So yeah, I forgot about the right, I'm doing this now. I'll tell you why. It's in the off chance. Oh, thank God. That would have actually that would have been the funniest thing. See if I'd got that fucking one stuck up there. So every so often, I can't remember how it does it. Every so often, it either spawns at random, or it spawns under or there's ones under the piles. I think there's actually one under there, but there's yeah, some of them are bombs. Forgot about that. Oh Jesus! I sometimes still spawn as a bomb. Now, in hindsight, where I chucked that was probably the worst spot I could have chucked it. What I should have... No, actually, is it? No, I guess it would have been worse there. I was totally blanked. I forgot about them. So, boom, 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 bang. This is how I should be divvying them. Right, this is the better plan. This is the better plan. So far, so good. I'm thinking just like chuck them in the general direction as such. And then at least I'm sort of like pre-organised them almost. I don't think, no. Oh no, Ninja. It's that one. I was trying to think where like each of them go again. Trying to like not trip myself up, but oh, this pile's horrendous. I think the worst part as well is that see once this pile's done, as much as that looks horrendous, I feel like that's going to be easy enough to sort. Which definitely does sound like I'm coping, to be fair, right? And I'm sorta, but I do genuinely feel like this is easy to fix. But very cool to see them again live in concert. Buzzing if I can see Pale Waves again. Here we go. How many, right, actual talk, it is hit there is not that much Taylor Swift on that playlist. And it is rapid firing at the Taylor Swift songs. Like, am I actually complaining? Not in the fucking slightest, but it just feels like a very odd proportion is what it's been hitting us with. Yeah! Oh man, oh that's funny. This is why we need to get the karaoke stuff started again at some point. She is really popular now. She'll be more popular as well because the American football starts back up very very soon. So yeah, going to be hearing about that soon. I'm going to try and set that up as well for part of the stream. I'm going to try and get a overlay set up for it so that we can have. So currently the way we're doing it, with me and the guys this year, there's me, Thomas, Adam, and Gareth doing it, and then we've got 4 bot accounts each. I am going to try and convince them into doing something that might make it a bit more fun, rather than just have the bot accounts try and beat the bot accounts into the playoffs. I'm going to try and change it up a little bit so that it also gets us trading with each other, because it's the one thing I definitely think we don't do enough in the leagues was trade. And I really want to get the guys trading at least once, especially on this new system, because it looks actually quite fun. Personally, I like her older stuff more than the newer stuff. I know the old stuff was kind of repetitive, but it was less intense. That makes sense. Oh yeah, to be fair, like 100%, her older stuff, I will still say is still better than the new stuff by miles. But I think the countryside of her was way better, just in general. But I can see why she made the switch into this kind of music, this kind of the more pop stuff. I can see why, you know. I'm trying to remember. I watched a TikTok the other night as well. But what was the song she sang? I don't even think I liked it either. There was a song I watched a TikTok and she sang. She was doing a cover of a song, and I was just like, "Mother of God, that is a brilliant cover." Not just as a general fan of Taylor Swift level like cover, like just agree, but like it was a cracking cover, and now I forgot what the song was. I bet you want to. But yeah, imagine we can imagine I could try and organise karaoke for the stream, or at least even some kind of overlay that it could be redeemed as like a bit of a joke. I think would also be quite good. It does take some of these things. They sound brilliant, but they come with like a bit of a headache trying to figure them out. But if I can make them work, then I'd very much like to try. Ooh, oh, it's a good laugh. That's the bright and spring. Wouldn't change a thing. Left the outside and light. It's a good life. Remember that dream of me light. Mother, brothers and sisters, you don't wanna miss no other. It's a good life. Turn out right. Brothers and sisters, you don't wanna miss no other. It's getting kind of funny how every time I go near this section it's definitely like, what have you done to me? But I think what the plan will be for definite is I think going down that way is the right way first. And then when we're going through this other pile, it'll be, is it attachable to this area or all of this area? If not, just leave it, will be what I do. You don't wanna miss no other. Come to pass. The fail. All on fall. Stay. Fall. It's a good life. Reliving that dream every night. Brothers and sisters, you don't want to miss their mother. Good, it's a good life. See the bad turned out alright. Oh, wrong one. You don't want to miss their mother. I want to just see how bad this side. No, see, that side looks fine. That side looks totally fine. That side. That side, not so much. That said, though, everything. What I'll do is when I go this side and sort that side, we go through the back, because I know all of this stuff is meant to be on this side. So we have a game plan. You have it so never know that you can do this no more. Yeah, there you go again, making me love you. My hair, losing my hair, letting it go. Stop on my body like a tattoo. Feeling stupid, come back to you. Plus, when I'm over on this side of the building, I'm not having issues at all, which is good. A million times, but I'll always stay with you one more night. Here we go. This pile's about finished as well, which is not bad. Yeah, that one. How big is this pile? Okay, it's not too bad. That's fine. One more night. Baby, give me one more night. Oh my goodness. I'm going to pause because I want this like in real time how long it takes me, because the fact that we're only hitting the 4 hours actually isn't that bad. Because basically, if we're going to go off of this analogy, 4 hours to like, do where we're at means that, like, in theory, it should be like technically like what? God, don't even want to think about it now. 16 hours is how long it'll actually take us. But I actually think the closer we get to most of these, like, I think it'll speed up, kind of thing. Come on now. I wish this bloody bundle would be finished by now. And also by default we're getting a couple of these chucked into the mix. But yeah, like basically I know this side is pretty much, yeah, I have to go from the other way to fix it. Change. Yeah, definitely picking up in Brock's of 5 is not fun. I would say that's made the achievement a little bit kinda not boring per se, but it definitely it's like extended the I can only do this so many times scenario. Nearly there though. We're nearly, once I'm through with this bundle, as I say, organising that's going to be pretty fucking easy, to be honest. Yeah, this is the bit where we get into the easy mode. It's a lot of organising though. This is a brutal achievement, but it'll be nice once it's done. It'll be nice once it's done, because I think any of these games that I'm playing now, I would very much like all of them 100%ed. And since we get to listen to the tunes, it's not felt too bad, especially because I don't get to hear these tunes so often. So it's actually nice. If anyone jumping in is watching and wondering what I'm doing, so we've got the achievement that we're trying to do first of all, which says you've got to do it with no upgrades, which is why we're suffering. But what I'm doing currently while I sort these piles out is I'm getting the alleyways covered, so I know I can't go down this way because there's most of this section here is correct but also in the way. Just in case anyone's wondering. We had to get one slow song, didn't we? Oh man, we got the one. Oh no, fuck! Get out of here, you fucker! Oh, you fucking asshole! Oh. It's up in the air. Jesus, take the wheel. I'm going to assume 90% that that's still right. But we just have to make. I forgot about the bloody. I know there's one up there. Okay. Every time with the bloody. Never heard a collab of this one. Oh, so this. Oh, what are they called again? Oh shit. There's a band. So basically, the guy singing it now was part of this group on YouTube, and they did a lot of songs. And then this is him and his wife. And I can't remember what they're called again. What's the band he's in? Ah, it's not going to tell me now. Fuck it, I'll scroll, I'll find it, I'll tell you what the... I was about to say Boise Avenue, but that was the other one on YouTube. You bugger. It's not showing me. I'll find it. What was his group called? That's terrible, I forgot. I feel really bad now that I've done that. Anthem Lights, that's what it is. Anthem Lights. There we go, everybody. So yeah, the guy was part of this band on YouTube called Anthem Lights. This is all they would do, just collabs and stuff like that. Like mash-up songs and stuff like that. And then this was him and his wife singing this. But I just think it's a really nice mix, to be fair. because I think she did some songs herself. I think she did some stuff herself, but I think she kind of just didn't do it a lot. But I just think this is an absolute spectacular cover, to be fair. Like, honestly, I'm one of these pure weird. Like, I'm a little weird, but it's like, see, anytime I hear a good cover, anytime I hear a good cover, man, it's like I sometimes find it can end up being better than the original, just because it's a different take. This is where it'll end up changing to something pure mental now. Oh, little bit of a Jennifer by the Wee Comets. It's a shame that I don't love you better. They don't words they've been on this sweater. Maybe over from a distance. Every night there's out of resistance. Jennifer, why'd you have to be so taciturn? Jennifer, why'd you have to be so taciturn? Brilliant band, absolutely spectacular. I need to find out next time they're actually touring. The same with the other band that we can no longer listen to on the Spotify's is Blarney Junction. Can't listen to them anymore. Apparently they don't make enough songs and they got taken off. How crazy is that? Hated it. Hate that. Actually was the most upset I've been this year was finding out that. Blarney getting taken off Spotify was legitimately the most upset I've been all year. Oh, crushed my soul it did. Oh, I just seen so shit. Once we get this clear up going, this will be fine, but I've discovered that this might be a pain in the arse. Jennifer, why'd you have to be so taciturn? Jennifer, why'd you have to be so taciturn? Something like this. Like this. I know there's a couple of things in here that shouldn't be, but I'm just going to have to fix them as I get to them. In hindsight, I forgot. I have to be way more paying of attention, because I don't know how often those things pop up, basically. Oh. Ah, see, there's one. There's one. Oh, that's a pirate one, bastard. If I could, but I never will. Oh, that's one for there. Cool. That duck is smiling at me as a ghost, and I don't like it. Do they all do that? Oh, they all do that. I've never looked at the ghost ones before. Oh, I don't like any of that. Do you know, the attempt to pick up one there was horrendous. Oh my god. That shit's fun. In the light, all around my eyes, in the light. Do you know who I definitely need to get on the playlist / just in general though? Because it's been a wee while, because I keep adding 1 or 2 songs to them. I need to have like the midnight, just have a night of the midnight again soon. I need to set that up at some point. It's been a wee while since I've just had an aggressive midnight session. Yeah, I definitely need to sort that one out at some point. Yeah, we're making good time now. What, with 4 hours in? That's not bad. The fact that we're about to hit 1,000 looks like it's taking us forever, but actually when you see like the process time, this is actually alright. This is not a half bad day, and I hope people are enjoying themselves just watching me jamming out to some tunes. So we just talk mad shit. Also, you're more than welcome to suggest some songs as well. I'll try and add what I can when I can to the playlist for next time. But I'm going to set that up soon as well, so that we've got a bit better of a chart for that going. Mainly so I've got its own playlist as well. I don't want to like mess up this playlist too much, because this is what I use for going to work. So like, if I can avoid that, brilliant. Wow. Is this not bloody... Oh, that's a great one. Is this not from Shrek or something? Sister, what's the problem, baby? I don't know now. Isn't it Shrek I'm thinking of, isn't it? How the... What fucking... What kind of night was I having when I decided this was needed for the playlist? Who is it that sings this? Oh, come on, soon a little faster. Swirl a little after, come on. Oh man. This button scenario is a nightmare though. I will be the one thing I bring up all the time when I come around to doing the playlist for each of the episodes for these games. 100% bringing this up. It feels constant, where it's like you're definitely looking at it, and they shouldn't have it be as aggressive where it needs to be like full highlighted for some reason like that. I'm literally looking at the thing. Definitely something I think that would be a good improvement for them to maybe up with the AI, or the UI, sorry. But then it's not obviously going to ruin the fact that I'm still fucking just singing random songs. Tenderly in love. Tenderly in love. There we go. Oh, that's pilot. Oh. Even if I could have had my sprint, I'd have felt not as punished. The only bonus I've got now is I feel as if, like, because I'm able to find where I'm going here. That's all there anyway. Says what I mean. But now I feel as if this has came in at the right time to like energise me. Get my fake wig on. Start fucking spinning the heating 360 circles. Did you ever hear the farty blue in a chunk? Losing myself, coming up about babe, losing my shirt. I can't do that one either though. This one actually would ruin my vocal cords. Shit, I don't remember it. You can relay him, I will be out. You can rejoice like a storm. I take my vanity, you take the veil. I'm wondering over it all. We're taking my name. Okay. You can remember, I will be out. I can rejoice like a storm. I'll take my sanity, you take the fam. I'm wondering over it all. I'm wondering over it. You can remain, I will be you can rejoice like a storm. I take my sanity, you take the fame. Wandering over it all. Didn't notice that before. This is the only bit though, right? So this is definitely something that I would highlight on this one that I'm not a fan of, right? I wish this game, right? I wish this game had more, what do you call it? Individual items. To see how it's like, and it's rows of 2 basically. But I feel as if the way they've taken 1, 2, you go like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Like there's a way of doing it, I guess. Taylor Swift is fucking hardcore tonight on this playlist. I feel as if like the way to do it would be like 2s and across the way, right? I kind of wish they just had more ducks. What a weird thing. I wish there was more ducks. Like, but genuinely, like I do kind of wish they had more ducks rather than rows of 2. Because I think when you get, especially the way I'm having to do this to now, I could technically sort it, but fuck that. Let's be honest, that's going to take forever. Like that definitely feels as if it's going to take a small lifetime. So we're not doing that. Oh. But this is looking not half bad. No. That one. Don't put it there. It just feels as if like the way you would stack shelves. I guess you would go to, because there's like what 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the issue. So there's ghost, death. What is it? Ghost, death, zombies, Dracula, werewolf, mummy, witches, Frankenstein, cat. So there's 10 items there. Yeah, it just feels weird. Like it does separate like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't know. I don't like it. I think it's because like I'm going up and down when I build stuff. That's probably what it is. But once you've committed to that path, that's you're kind of locked into having to do it that way, isn't it? Because I think the organisation of fixing it's probably going to take forever. So I'd rather just like not do that if I can. As such, like if we can avoid it, as it's to not having a sprint option. The bonus here is once I get to this side of things, it's going to feel a little bit less running about, because as I say, it's going to be it's going to just be pick it up, chuck it miles away if it ends up not being what we need. So say for instance it's an item that's right over here, I'll just chuck it over the wall. We'll just add it to the future problems. A little bit of Luke Holmes. Saying that same old never the highway. That's the death. That's it, the bed. That deep singing that same old devil in the highway. Ain't no love in Oklahoma. No back place for ya. I have to go back that way. That one. Oh, right, okay. That I killed the deal. You may be wondering what I'm doing here. I'm just shuffling everything down a bit till I find the pirate stuff, because there we go. Just to get a wee bit of motion down that way, because it honestly does feel as if I went full stagnant having to run back and forth. Plus also, they might not even have stuff here, but I would rather just have this stuff slightly shunted down a bit. Oh, that's one for us. I need that over there. The occasional wee quack's brilliant. Honestly, I'm starting to think this might be it for the pirate stuff. I thought there would actually be more pirate stuff in this pile. Fair enough. Which means there's a shit ton of pirate stuff in that pile. That's the only thing, because I don't think there's anything in there unless I've made a mistake somewhere, but That's crazy. We'll say that it's not a crazy amount, but it's a full shelf. It's a full shelf or something. What are we missing? Mermaids. That's what we're missing. And then what we can do here is just do the same scenario. I think it's just the way to do it. Detective B. Honestly, I don't actually think there's much mafia stuff at all in here either. There isn't one at least. Right, this time I'll just run a bit now then. Because we're now close enough to everything. It is a complication. It's not with you. Right, here we go. Here we go. Oh, wrong button. Now we're starting to get the ball cooking, because this pile's not going to take too long to sort through. You got to collapse my face with beautiful shoes, even if it's not with you. I feel like one of those is wrong, but I'm not looking at it until I get to the end. Right, here we go. No, wrong side. Ooh. Yeah. Nearly 5 hours. Nice. Oh, fun power one. Right. Every time. I don't know why it does it though either. That's the thing that annoys me. Like every so often I feel as if like I'm very aggressively highlighted and it still just drops the item. Like there has to be a reason why it does that specifically. Right, here we go. Oh my goodness. We're over 1,000 though, that's good. That's actually good. If we were still under 1,000 after all this, I'd feel a bit demoralised. But being over 1,000 makes me feel way better about this situation. Like so. Baby, if you will. Right, where we at? Basketball. Oh, chef. I was like, who's this guy? Oh man. Right, here we go. Let's get going. Because now at what's that? 4.5 hours. It's not bad, isn't it? To be fair, I think it actually looks like a decent amount of progress has been done as well, which is nice. I think I'd have been a bit buggered if I was like, oh, I've just cleaned all this section, but I've basically done nothing for it. 1,000's a good percentage as well. I want this one in first. Probably should have put the seer in first, actually, would have made sense. No, Musketeer's a fighter. I was like, where the fuck does he go? It's weird that they go on fighters, but then karate just comes under as a sport. I wonder why that is. That's my curiosity of the day. What made them go from what, like, that's a warrior, but like you would think that like that's a combat sport. You'd think by default they would all be warriors, I guess. The Mummy. Ooh. Ah, fuck it. I was going to say I'd just keep picking up one until we can't pick any up, but I think we're just best just accepting that this one's sustained it this way. Yeah, I definitely wish I had to sprint. Oh man. Black Cat. Centurion. Pirate. So, don't want to deal with that cupboard at all. Mainly, the reason we don't want to deal with that cupboard, I'm 99% sure most of that is going to be for in that section over there, and we just can't add it into that pile. What we can do though is dive into this absolute shambles here. Oh my goodness. This doesn't, at least this side doesn't look that bad. And the idea is going to be start from the back end, because again, most of the stuff up the front does actually go there. Yeah, most of this is meant to be here, so we want to jump into this shambles, and it means that we can chuck. What we'll do is have this be the line. What I'll try and not do actually is, if it's something that goes in a shelf over this side, I'll just try and put it in though. You know, that's probably the best way to do it. It goes over there. Stuff like this. And then what I'll do is, see, this is the bit. I think I'm actually, you know, the worst part is I think I'm actually best doing it from this side first. Bastard. I'm better off from doing it from this side first. Frog, isn't it? It is actually shocking. Do you know what it probably is, right? The algorithm on this playlist is probably saying he's no skipped it, so he must be in that mode. That's probably what's happened there. See, the thing as well is though, I fucking desperately need this kind of beat of song going as well. Because like, this is the kind of song that's keeping me going. Yeah, this has kind of created a weird issue. Right, okay. Yeah, because some of it I didn't sort properly, and now I'm going to start regretting that choice. But for the rest of it, it's actually get that fucking that shelf. For the rest of it, it's actually going to be fine. I'm probably still sorting this. Sort it the best I can, because I think if for every time I don't place something, I'm kind of wasting a moment. Shake. Zero. I think I do, to be honest, I see for the amount of time I end up backing up this side, I think I'm just better off doing this. Song. Pomegranate. Down the downside of the road. What's wrong? Oh, the game, man. The game is like, oh. Every so often I can just feel it being like, why are you doing this to me? It's fine. I think honestly once I get rid of all of this, it's going to be like, ah, we're fine. No, I think that's on Massey. I think. Ah, see, this is the worst part. It's made me just come right back down again. Where does... Oh, it's a foot. I'm an idiot. I was about to say, like, where does it go? But it's a foot. I've put ice cream down already. Na, 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 na. Oh, man. What's it that? Oh. Right, we've hit the 5th hour. I think the idea is going to be play for another hour, try and hopefully get this side sorted, and then tomorrow we come back on, we will grind out this section. Grind out hell. Mostly, oh, notice it. Mostly so I can get a little bit of sleep tonight and organise that picture so people can know what we're looking to do. Oh my god. Just no one look at that. Just no one look at that. That's terrifying. Oh, that one. That's oh man, we're hitting all of the ones that need out of this area. Really? Tornado? Beach. No. There's one for that already. Okay. I was lonely till I saw your face. Oh no, wait, that's a food. I just realised what that is. That's sushi. Go find a man. Hey Shane, hello, hello, buddy. How you doing? I seen you streaming the other night. It was slightly past my time of passing it. I will definitely try and catch the next one. Good. We're currently trying to clean the we're currently trying to organise the shelves, but we're doing the hard achievement now, which is ruining my life a little bit. We don't look at that section yet, but we will have to deal with that tomorrow. I wasn't sure I was testing something that I had to go live for. Ah, fair. Fair. Hopefully it's all working alright for you then. I just assumed it was like a wee cheeky late stream. Oh, pomegranate. I was like, what the fuck is that? Aye. Is this sort of similar to the book sorting game? Yeah, this is the mode I'm in, Shane. This is the mode we're in. So, God, what ones have we played? So we played the book sorting one, we played the wine sorting one, we played the duck one, obviously. I've done 3. What was the other? Oh, the leaf sorting one was the other one. We've been just grinding onto these kind of games for a wee bit. Just needed a break from a lot of other games that I was playing. And this has definitely been well up my street. Which has been nothing but perfect. So I would just keep playing them now. I just don't want HDL scream if I do this to myself. Ah, fair. Well, you're in luck because you'll be in the same boat as me. So I'm going to get it set up. There's another one coming out shortly called Shelve the Potions. Comes out on the 24th. I'm going to get a bunch of people together, hopefully. A bunch of streamers that want to... Anyone streaming, basically. I want to see if people want to be part of it. Got a couple of challenges in it as well. No, it's this one. I got a couple of challenges for people to do Shelve the Potion with either speedrunning it or having people's communities vote on it as well. So I'm going to set that up. I'm going to get people, whoever's wanting in, basically, is more than welcome to join as such. And I'll try my best to promote everyone as best as possible. If I'm back to the hotel in time, and after that it's personal time, we'll check the stream. Fair. No worries. Yeah, we're still live for another hour-ish. It's going to be the plan. Mostly till I finish this wee section, then I think I can chill for the night. And this doesn't feel like we're that far off from getting this section done, to be honest, which is nice. I think this side looked worse than it was. I not put a tsunami down already? I have. It's right there. That way where I was like, I've definitely saw a tsunami before. I'm here for you. Oh my That one. I feel like I've done something wrong with that one. Nothing for you. So, how would you recommend someone new to this game to sort these decks, ducks, potions, and books out? So, ultimately, I would say it really comes down to what achievements you may be looking at. Luckily, I can't click on this in case I make a mistake, so I'm not going to click on it. Basically, there's a handful of different power-ups. They all seem to be somewhat similar for what they throw out at you, to be fair. So there'll be ones that let you push a button and whatever item you're holding, it'll grab like all the ones on the map up to your inventory stocks and stuff. There's ones like that. There's what's the other ones? There's ones like for a longer reach and stuff like that to sprint, hold more items and stuff. So like I personally, the way I've done it for this one specifically, what I've did for this one is I just started chucking. I knew what section stuff belongs to, so because I know what section it belongs to, what I did was essentially just start organising the sections as such. Been a bit of a task, but in the grand scheme of things, probably it's worked out pretty well. As I say, there's a whole box in there that we have to some point sort. And you just basically try and organise. I would say like organise a section at a time, so you've got a handful of what do you call these, like shelves you're basically sorting. It's kind of how I would sort it. That's at least it. Okay, that's cool. Eventually the pair sort it. Yeah, I think that's the thing as well, because once you start getting the ball rolling, as I say, like we've got like all there sort of finished as such, so it doesn't feel, it really doesn't feel that bad. As I say, I'm only going to do a section before I go off because we've been playing for like 5 hours, but the actual element of it, as I said, the only thing I would also say is make sure you got music. Make sure you got music, because in the nicest possible way, the music's fine for a little bit and then it starts to really zone you out. I can't do it without my own music now. Windy, did I not see that already? That was rainy, I saw. For your girls. For your girls. Yeah, that's that one. Pizza. But yeah, no, definitely. It is just one of those games. The more and more you play of it, the more rewarding it gets, basically. And it's been fun. Like, as I say, I've been playing a lot of them just because I've needed a break from other games. Obviously, normally I'm playing DBD a lot, but in the last wee whack of time, I've just not been having fun playing it because we've had some pure bad instances as such. Whereas this has been nice and chill. Okay, that's cool, and eventually it feels worth it. I read that already, sorry. Staying on the back of my brain, saying yeah. If these lot of games came out on PlayStation, I would probably give it a try. I want to say some of them might be on PlayStation, but I'm not 100% now to saying that. That one I'd need to check specifically. Wouldn't be shocked, is all I'm going to say, if they ended up being on the PlayStation. I feel like one of them will be. But nah, I've just been having a lot of fun with them, you know, just been doing different wee things and stuff like that, and it's been a nice, it's just been a nice wee experience, and it's been the nice break that I needed from other games as well, as I say, the DBD side of things. 99% of the time, no problems with it, stuff like that. I think the last wee session we had about a month ago now, to be fair, was just, we just get hit with every not nice person that we could get hit with that really just sullied the moment, you know. And then, as I say, when you find out people are Twitch affiliates, like DBD affiliates and stuff like that, getting all these cool things, but then they treat other people like shit, and you're just like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, you know, actually, ironically, we were talking about Extra Emily earlier on. It's kind of that scenario, you know. As such, like, you can just do what you want, basically, and there's no real repercussion, which I just don't think is right, personally. One Saturday, I had to sit in a car for just over 6 hours to get to Cumbria. Ooh, nice. It's not the longest. It's not the longest of the trips. It's not the shortest, but it's not the longest. I don't think I have any long trips planned too soon. Try to actually think what trips I have planned. I think the next trip I've got sort of planned next is the Sheffield event. I think I'm in Sheffield at some point in October. So that'll be fun. That will be a lot of fun. Yeah, I think that's about it, and I think that's about something like 6 hours as well on a bus. Is the way I'm doing the travel for that one. Do you know what I'm going to do? Right, okay, so that didn't actually work the way I wanted it to work. Okay, that didn't work the way I had. I had it in my head a way better plan than that. What I wanted basically to do is just quickly sort out what I can. But I mean, I actually honestly think I'm just better off just fucking holding everything and just sorting it. Yeah, fuck it. Did I not? Apparently I have not. Oh, I did, it's up there. I was like, I definitely put a donut down before. That one. Whoopee. Whoopee. Pizza. The blizzards. Okay. I was about to say what are they for? No, that's fine. It is honestly all about the Swift tonight. Jesus. Again, not a bad thing. It's just a lot of Taylor Swift for some reason. Genuinely trying to wonder what's happening with this playlist. It's on random as well because it's playing other stuff. It just feels like it's been rapid fire on the T-Swizzle tonight. Here on the kitchen floor, you sound that I don't hear it. No one else, but did you do this bad? I don't know what version I'm enjoying better. I get told today, and I'm in the back with no leg room, and I'm very tall. Oh, that can suck. That could be the deal breaker for sure. Yeah, that'll be a tough one. That will be a tough one, to be fair. I think I'm going to luck out because like I'm on a bus. It's like not the worst amount of space, not the best, but not the worst as such. But I also kind of like don't awkwardly take up too much space, and I can sit quite comfy, I should say. I can sit pretty comfy in like the one spot. For 6 hours, easy. You know, not a bad one. Not a bad scenario, to be honest, for me. When I get out of the car, my knees are going to crack so bad. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true though. That one. Right, here we go. This pile is not far off from being finished though, which is good. And as I say, we're going to tap on out for the night shortly. The more I think about it, I've actually realised I've really not ate today. we've been on mad. That one. That one. That. But no, today has been a very, very good day. Super chill. As I say, this is going to give me ample amount of content to use so that I can make my video for this. It's been good as well, to be fair. As I said, the game itself is still very, very good. So like, that's a massive bonus. Game's been very fun. So no issues there. As I say, I think any of the issues I've got are like super minor, to be honest. Aye, they are like super minor. As I say, like the one where like if you're chucking an item, it just doesn't seem to get thrown too far. But then, why is this all in my hands? That's just what I picked up at random. Cool. What time we at? 5 something. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it there, everybody. Because now that I've said I'm hungry, I'm starting to actually get hungry. which I shouldn't have said. I should have stayed quiet and I'd have been fine for another wee half hour, but I can start feeling the tummy rumbling down. I'm like, ah, jeez, I should probably eat before I don't want to make myself sick anymore. So we will put this last one in. Not a crazy amount to do here. As I say, this looks worse than it is. This does look worse than it is, to be fair. Because once I get this side all sorted, I know what I will do before I do it. And actually, let me just sort this out quickly. Like so. Basically means tomorrow, when we come back on tomorrow, 2 o'clock, we will be able to hopefully rattle through all of this. Once we get this bit sorted, as I say, this bit here is going to look worse than it is. It's going to really look worse than it is, but I'm going to start at the front. I'm going to start at the back, sorry, because that's where it's going to have the most deviation of stuff that's not for that section. If it's not for the section, it's going to just get chucked to this side to be sorted at a later date. So the idea is this will all be away, this will all be away, and this will all be away. There's all that stuff in there that we don't know where it goes to just yet, because we're not going to organise that just yet. But yeah, the idea will be this will be clean, that will all be cleaned away and all on shelves or been chucked in there. Go to the back. If it's not for this section, gets chucked across, and then we just work our way through it. Essentially, that's the plan anyway. But as I say, for now, I need to tap it because I am absolutely knackered. Absolutely knackered. Oh man. But that was a very good stream, to be honest. Let me just pause that a second. That was very good. That was very, very good. But yeah, for now, we're going to tap out everybody. And just in time for the maintenance to start. And yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow, 2 PM, everybody. Hope you all have a good rest of your night. And I'll see you when I see you. Bye, everyone.